Order. Tabling of documents. Dépôt de
Tabling of documents.
Dépôt de projet de loi émanant du gouvernement.
Introduction of government bills.
Statements by ministers. Rapport de
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Presenting reports from committees. The Honourable Member for Selkirk Interlake.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the fourth report of the Standing Committee on Environment and Sustainable Development, and I'm requesting an extension of 30 days concerning Bill C-469. An act is to establish a Canadian Environmental Bill of Rights.
Order. Pursuant to Standing Order 9713A, a motion to concur in the report is deemed moved, the question deemed put, and a recorded division deemed demanded and deferred until Wednesday, February the 2nd, 2011, immediately before the time provided for private members' business. Presenting reports from committees. Dépôt de projet de loi.
Introduction of private members' bills.
Okay. First reading of Senate public bills. Motion.
Motions.
Presenting petitions. The Honourable
Member for Lac Saint Louis.
A petition here signed by a number of veterans who live in my riding or in my region, who make regular use of the Liaison Centre at the St. Anne's Veterans Hospital in St. Anne de Bellevue in my riding, and they're very concerned about the future of the centre, especially given rumours, which are quite firm, that the present government aims to transfer this last Veterans Hospital in Canada to the provincial health authorities. So I would like to present this petition on their behalf today. Thank you.
The
Honourable Member for Argenteuil, Papineau-Mirabel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to table a petition in this House on behalf of seniors who would like an improvement in their guaranteed income supplement and the allowance for spouses. So it would be added to that to improve the GIS by $110 a month for people living alone, and a monthly increase in the surviving spouse's allowance of $198, and extending the GIS by 6 months, and the surviving spouse's allowance as well. So, Mr. Speaker, many of our seniors are living under the threshold of poverty, and they very much need this.
Honourable Member for Burnaby Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to be able to table a petition this morning signed by 74 members of Huron-Perth Presbytery of the United Church of Canada, and people associated with the Presbytery, and people from the local communities that they represent. These folks are asking Parliament to respectfully asking Parliament to pass Bill C-389, my private member's bill, which would add gender identity and expression as prohibited grounds of discrimination in the Canadian Human Rights Act, and to the Criminal Code provisions on hate crimes and sentencing. These folks are very concerned for the situation of transgender and transsexual Canadians, and they believe that Bill C-389 will go a considerable distance to helping Canadian society fight discrimination against transgender and transsexual Canadians and end their social exclusion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Etobicoke Centre.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 36, I'm saddened to table a petition collected in my riding of Etobicoke Centre and by St. Leopold Mandic Croatian Parish in Ottawa related to Boris Sikovic, a teenager who was gunned down in my riding by thugs trying to rob him. This is a difficult time of year for Boris, his parents, and his many friends, and for the Bosnian Croatian community in Etobicoke, where he lived and where his promising young life was snuffed out by a bullet that terrible day on October 3, 2008. Including these 70 petitioners, over 1,200 petitioners in my riding have urged the government to pass my private member's bill C-537. This bill would make offences involving firearms automatically tried by a superior court. It would also make bail conditions tougher by forcing those accused of crimes involving firearms to have to demonstrate in court why they should not be detained in custody before trial. The individual charged with the murder of my constituent allegedly refuses to cooperate by naming his two accomplices and is out on bail, whereas his parents, Vesna and Devorin, struggle daily knowing they may actually be passing their son's murderer in their own neighbourhood.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Nanaimo, Cowichan.
Mr. Speaker, I actually have 3 petitions to present. The first petition is calling on the government to pass a legislation to amend Canada's federal animal cruelty legislation. The petitioners strongly feel our current federal animal cruelty laws are grossly inadequate and do not offer effective protection for animals in this country. They are calling on the petitioners are calling on the Minister of Justice to introduce government legislation amending the criminal code provisions on animal cruelty. The second petition, Mr. Speaker, is to do with the Sisters in Spirit initiative, and this is a petition to the House of Commons pointing out that for the past 5 years, the Native Women's Association of Canada Sisters in Spirit initiative has worked to identify root causes, trends, and circumstances of violence that have led to the disappearance and death of Aboriginal women and girls. The Native Women's Association released a report called What Their Stories Tell Us, which provided evidence that 582 Aboriginal women and girls have gone missing. And so the petitioners are calling on the Government of Canada to develop an action plan for Aboriginal women. The final petition is actually a petition about the Stolen Sisters, and in this one, the petitioners are calling upon the Government of Canada to ensure the Native Women's Association receives sufficient funding to continue its important work protecting women through its Sisters in Spirit initiative. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Random, Buren, St. George's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to present 2 petitions. The first has to do with MS patients. I've been asked to present this on behalf of any number of MS patients in my riding. It's been signed by individuals, obviously, who support those MS patients. And what they're asking for, in fact, they've said there's some degree of urgency to this, and I know for a fact it is, Mr. Speaker, because I have witnessed constituents of mine who've had to travel in order to avail of vascular scans and the resulting surgery. And what they're asking for is that this be made available in Canada, and that, in fact, follow-up treatment for all MS patients be made available in Canada. And that's one of the issues that we're facing right now, in fact, is that our MS patients who are having to travel to other countries to have the treatment done, when they return to Canada, that they're not eligible or they're not invited to be part of any kind of program where there's follow-up. So I'm asking the Government of Canada, through the Minister of Health, to have a look at this. The second petition is on behalf of the residents of Burgoyne's Cove and surrounding area, and it has to do with the fact that they've closed the post office in Burgoyne's Cove. Now, we know that there's, according to the government, there is a moratorium on the closure of post offices in rural Canada, but this says otherwise, Mr. Speaker, when in fact what happened was Canada Post put in place roadside mailboxes, which they said were to be a temporary measure. They also did a survey when many of the residents were either working away, and it was in the middle of summer in July, or they were on vacation. So there were some underhanded tactics employed here, Mr. Speaker, to try and find a way to close down a rural post office, which is of vital importance, especially to seniors and to anyone, in fact, who needs to avail of a postal service. So what we're asking is the government to, in fact, look at this issue and instruct Canada Post to reverse that decision.
The Honourable Member for Nickel Belt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I have a petition here signed by hundreds of Canadians, and it states that whereas 55,000 to 75,000 Canadians live with multiple sclerosis, they're calling on the Government of Canada to accelerate a greater and broader participation of multiple sclerosis sufferers in pilot testing and treatment, providing fast-track funding for surveillance research and dissemination of findings. They're also calling to work immediately with provinces and territories through the Canadian Agency for Drugs and Technologies and Health to obtain advice and evidence-based information for the effective effectiveness of chronic cerebral venous, for CCSFV1 treatment without delay. Also, they want to take a leading role on the basis of this evidence in encouraging a swift adoption and procedures in territories and provinces. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable
The Honourable Member for Laval. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to table a petition today coming from the International Association of Machinists and Aerospace Workers, of the Teamsters in Quebec, and the other unions in Dorval. The Proceeds of Crime Unit in Quebec has 500 and some signatures added to others. This is the fifth tabling today. So we have over 5,000 signatures in all, asking the Government of Canada to cooperate with the Quebec government and have an administrative agreement so that all Quebecers could have training and occupational health and safety.
Don Valley West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This morning I rise to present a petition on behalf of residents of Don Valley West and other parts of Toronto with a concern to strengthen animal transportation regulations. They are petitioning the House of Commons to amend the animal transport regulations under the Canada's Health of Animals Act to be consistent with findings of the EU Scientific Committee on Animal Health and Welfare to reduce transport time for pigs, poultry, horses, calves, and lambs to 8 hours and 12 hours for cattle, sheep, and goats, and to ensure adequate enforcement of those regulations. They ask that these amendments be passed quickly. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Western Arctic.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to rise to present a petition on the behalf of hundreds and hundreds of Canadians from across the country who are calling for a commission of inquiry into aviation safety. And these citizens are concerned with the reducing of traditional oversight and inspection methods by Transport Canada and delegating those responsibilities to aviation companies via the safety management systems. And they are concerned as well that Canada may no longer be compliant with our obligations to the International Aviation Organization under the Chicago Convention. And their feelings go to the worry that the aviation workers and the traveling public are put in some danger as a result. So they call upon Government of Canada to initiate a commission of inquiry headed by a Superior Court judge. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Churchill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is my honour to bring forward the voices of the people of Thompson and Manitoba. Today I would like to present petitions on their behalf calling for the federal government to stand up for Canadians and Canadian jobs. On November 17th, Vale announced devastating news that they are planning to shut down the smelter and the refinery in Thompson. This announcement means the loss of over 600 jobs and a devastating impact on the community, the northern region, and our province of Manitoba. The people of Thompson are saying that the federal government must stand up for them. Not only did this government allow the foreign takeover by Vale, they also gave them a loan of $1 billion just 2 months ago. People in Thompson and Manitoba are asking that the government stand up for the Canadian people rather than foreign companies. And they are asking that they work with all stakeholders to save the 600 jobs and the Thompson Valley smelter and refinery.
L'Honourable Député.
Honourable Member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
Happy to table a petition today that is signed by hundreds of Canadians. It is with respect to MS and CCSVI treatment, otherwise known as the liberation therapy. Across Canada, there are 55,000 to 75,000 Canadians living with MS. And I can tell you that the disease frequently appears at a prime age when people are most economically active and when they would be most likely to be starting and supporting a family. They go on to say that whereas certainly the treatment that Dr. Paolo Zamboni has demonstrated that a narrowing of the major veins of the brain known as chronic cerebrospinal venous insufficiency can be detected by ultrasound, and that this procedure is actually available here in Canada. They go on to say that Canadians view MS as an issue of national importance and are aware of the major social, financial, and medical impact of a failure to provide fundamental support, remedial diagnosis, and crucial treatment. Therefore, they're asking to accelerate a greater and broader participation of multiple sclerosis by MS sufferers in pilot testing. And they're also asking to work immediately with the provinces and territories through the Canadian Agency of Drugs and Technology in Health. And they're also asking to take a leading role on the basis of this evidence. There are many people who are suffering with MS who are very hopeful for this procedure and would like access to it, and they don't want to be discriminated against because of their illness.
The Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My petition is a call on behalf of the residents to end Canada's military involvement in Afghanistan. In May 2008, Parliament passed a resolution to withdraw Canadian forces by July 2011. The Prime Minister, with the agreement from the Liberal Party, broke his oft-repeated promise to honour the parliamentary motion and furthermore refuses to put it to a parliamentary vote in the House. Mr. Speaker, committing 1,000 soldiers to a training mission still presents a danger to our troops and an unnecessary expense when our country is faced with a $56 billion deficit. The military mission has cost Canadians more than $18 billion so far, money that could have been used to improve health care and seniors' pensions right here in Canada. Polls show that a clear majority of Canadians do not want Canada's military presence to continue after the scheduled removal date of July 2011, and therefore, Mr. Speaker, the petitioners call upon the Prime Minister to honour the will of Parliament and bring the troops home now.
Presenting petitions.
The order paper, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I ask that all questions be allowed to stand.
Read, and so ordered. Orders of the day, order du jour.
Ordre émanant du gouvernement, projet de loi.
Government orders, Government Bill Senate, third reading of Bill S5, an Act ensuring safe vehicles imported from Mexico for Canadians Act.
Finlay for Mr. Strahl, seconded by Mr. Taves, moves that Bill S5, an Act to amend the Motor Vehicle Safety Act and the Canadian Environmental Protection Act 1999, be now read a third time and do pass. Debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to rise today to speak to Bill S5, which is an act that will amend the Motor Vehicle Safety Act and the Canadian Environmental Protection Act 1999. This will actually allow used vehicles from Mexico that are less than 15 years old to be imported into Canada. Now, these amendments, Mr. Speaker, are very important because they will enable the Canadian government to meet our obligations as a country to the North American Free Trade Agreement and create greater choice in the Canadian vehicle market while maintaining the high safety and environmental standards that Canadians expect. Now, in order to facilitate the Canada-U.S. Free Trade Agreement with respect to vehicles, the Motor Vehicle Safety Act had to be amended in 1993, Mr. Speaker, to enable the Canadian government to establish a regime to regulate and monitor the importation of vehicles under the purview of the Canada-United States Free Trade Agreement. These changes actually resulted, Mr. Speaker, in the creation of the Registrar of Imported Vehicles. These changes to the Act provided Canadians with more options in the vehicle market, Mr. Speaker. Following the implementation of the earlier Canada-U.S. Free Trade Agreement, the North American Free Trade Agreement was signed in 1992. The goal of the North American Free Trade Agreement was, of course, to eliminate barriers to trade and investment between the United States, Canada, and Mexico. The agreement came into effect in January 1st of 1994, which created one of the world's largest, that's right, Mr. Speaker, largest free trade zones in the world. And in fact, it laid the foundations for strong economic growth and increased prosperity for Canada and Canadians, as well as the United States and Mexico. Since the agreement came into force, the North American Free Trade Agreement has demonstrated how free trade actually increases wealth and competitiveness, delivering real benefits to families, especially here in Canada, workers, benefits to manufacturers, benefits, of course, to consumers who have more choice, more competition, lower prices, and better selection. It is important to honor the commitments defined in this agreement as well as it is to actually deliver on the commitments of the result of the North American Free Trade Agreement. While this agreement was signed in 1992, the automotive provisions did not come into effect until January 1st of 2009. Now, as with Canada and the United States Free Trade Agreement, importation of used Mexican vehicles will begin with older vehicles and gradually expand over the next 10 years to include all used vehicles, Mr. Speaker. Again, I would like to underscore that neither the North American Free Trade Agreement requirements nor the proposed amendments to the Motor Vehicle Safety Act and the Canadian Environmental Protection Act 1999 affect the importation of new vehicles built specifically to Canadian standards, nor used vehicles that are over 15 years of age and are thus not subject to those standards. Similar to what occurred under the Canada-US Free Trade Agreement, the existing importation in the Motor Vehicle Safety Act and the Canadian Environmental Protection Act need to be updated to comply with NAFTA, Mr. Speaker. It makes sense, and to comply with some of the more strenuous provisions in NAFTA that we have agreed to. Changes to these acts are necessary in order to implement a regime for regulating and monitoring used vehicles originating from Mexico since the coming into force date of the North American Free Trade Agreement. Automotive provisions has obviously just passed almost 2 years ago. There is, as a result, a heightened need to amend these two acts so that Canada becomes compliant with its trade obligations and is not subjected to a potential challenge under the North American Free Trade Agreement, which obviously wouldn't benefit our country, benefit consumers, or benefit generally Canadians, nor would it benefit the United States consumers, Mr. Speaker. And as such, I appreciate the cooperation of all members here and all parties to get this bill through. I want to stress, however, that the government's commitment to the health and the safety of all Canadians will not be compromised at all by these changes. Road safety and the environment are, as you know, matters that the Government of Canada treats extremely seriously. And only vehicles that meet this very high standards we have set for motor vehicle safety and the environment will be allowed into the Canadian fleet. The government is committed to the goal of making Canada's roads the safest in the world, Mr. Speaker, which includes, by extension, the need to keep our vehicles safe. Our road safety program that emanates from the Motor Vehicle Safety Act is actually based on mandatory performance-based regulations and safety standards and an industry self-certification program to attest that those standards are being met. We conduct research to enhance the level of safety provided by regulations, and we conduct independent compliance testing to verify that the safety standards are indeed being met. We hold manufacturers to account, Mr. Speaker, in this country. The government's job is to do that. We will make sure, and we are making sure, that Canadians remain safe on the roads. Now, Mr. Speaker, vehicle safety is, of course, a key component of road safety, as I mentioned. The physical attributes of the vehicle Economic Action Plan, Canada's Economic Action Plan, our answer to the world decline, the world economy decline. Certainly rehabilitated roads, Mr. Speaker, new investments in new roads certainly keep people safer because less congestion and less use on the vehicle itself, wear and tear, etc. Transport Canada is also, Mr. Speaker, I've met with them several times, and I can assure you that they are researching and developing new safety standards almost on a daily basis. They're investigating these things. For example, the department itself carefully studied the safety potential of electronic stability control, which of course has been the rage in the news over the last several years. Now, they did this for all new light vehicles sold in Canada and conducted a cost versus benefit study. Based on the results from our studies, a new Canada Motor Vehicle Safety Standard was proposed which would require such a system be installed on prescribed vehicles with a gross vehicle weight of 4,536 kilometers or less and manufactured on or after September 1st, 2011. This is a big step towards safety of our vehicles, Mr. Speaker. This proposal was published, for those people that are interested, in the Canada Gazette Part 1 in March of 2009. Based on stakeholder submissions, a final regulation was actually published in the Canada Gazette Part 2 in December of 2009. Now, the implementation of this Canadian safety standard will reduce the number of collisions where the driver loses control of the vehicle. Once fully implemented, Mr. Speaker, it will save hundreds of lives. That's correct, Mr. Speaker, hundreds of lives, and prevent thousands upon thousands of injuries to Canadians on a yearly basis. So it's great news indeed for Canadians, and this was done, Mr. Speaker, in conjunction with Transport Canada to make sure Canadians stay safe on our roadways. Our National Road Safety Plan, Road Safety Vision 2010, encompasses a large number of road safety program areas, specific targets developed by federal, provincial, and territorial governments, includes decreases in the number of road users killed or seriously injured, and an increase in the rate of seatbelt use and proper use of child restraints. And of course, Mr. Speaker, you know what we're doing as far as child safety goes. And I am pleased to note that we have indeed achieved significant success in reducing death and injuries on Canadian roads. By 2007, actually, Mr. Speaker, the number of deaths from unbelted occupant fatalities was reduced by almost 15%, and the number of road users killed in crashes on rural roads by more than 15%, when compared with deaths during the 1996 to 2001 period. The 2008 deaths and serious injuries tolls were 18% and 22% lower, respectively. That is great news, Mr. Speaker, and speaks to the hard work that Transport Canada does. Even as this Road Safety Vision 2010 plan is nearing its conclusion, the government continues to support this initiative, its successor plan called Road Safety Strategy 2015, and will work with its partners to continue to improve the safety of Canadian roads. Mr. Speaker, this government is getting it done for Canadians, keeping us safe, keeping our roadways safe, and looking to the future in partnership with the government specialities and Transport Canada, etc. We're getting the job done.
Questions and comments? The honourable member from Mississauga South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wonder if the Parliamentary Secretary could give the House and Canadians an idea of how it comes about that we have to import these automobiles to fulfill our NAFTA obligations. What other options were available to us in order to technically do it, and whether or not there is a shortage of used cars or even vintage cars in Canada which would justify this particular provision to meet the NAFTA requirements.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member opposite for the question. And as, of course, he's aware, we have for some time have a free trade agreement with the United States and Mexico. And of course, Mr. Speaker, as part of our obligation on the signing of that free trade agreement, it became necessary as of January 2009, to implement these laws to conform with our obligations under NAFTA. And Mr. Speaker, I do want to make it clear, however, that notwithstanding this particular law and our implementation of the law itself to comply with that, we are not sacrificing in any way safety standards that we have on our roadways in Canada. In fact, Mr. Speaker, under our current law and under our existing law to continue, they will be required, all imports of vehicles will be required to comply with the high safety standards that Canada expects from its car manufacturers. And indeed, we will not allow vehicles to be brought into the country that do not comply with those safety standards, even with this new law.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for his speech. I'd like to ask him whether they have any studies, the government has any studies as to how many cars are projected to be imported, because we're starting out with cars that are 10 years and older, and to be honest with you, I don't really think there are going to be very many involved in this category. But the phase-in over the next few years, up to 2019, where brand new cars will be, or one-year-old cars will be allowed in, that may offer greater numbers of vehicles. And to that end, I'd like to also ask him whether or not the government's done any consulting with motor dealer organizations across the country to, at a minimum, at least inform them, keep them updated as to the implementation of this particular measure.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the member's question. Indeed, this government always consults with stakeholders, Mr. Speaker, whether it be the railway industry, whether it be shippers, whether it be car manufacturers, or indeed resellers of vehicles. And we do that on a continuous basis, Mr. Speaker, because, of course, we're required to be good government and to provide full accountability and transparency. But I do share the member's belief that there will be a very limited amount of cars that will be eligible to come in. Obviously, Mexico's safety standards are different than Canadian safety standards, so they are somewhat onerous in relation to bringing them up to the standard as is required in Canada. Brakes, whether it be different systems that are on indeed now, the requirement for daytime running lights, etc., Mr. Speaker. These are quite onerous because we want to make sure that all vehicles that come into Canada are safe. And, Mr. Speaker, I also want to wish that member and all members of this House a Merry Christmas and God bless. This is probably my last opportunity to do that, so I'd like to do that right now. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Willowdale.
Speaker, I am pleased today to rise on behalf of the Liberal Party to debate S5, an act to amend the Motor Vehicle Safety Act and the Canadian Environmental Protection Act. The purpose of Bill S5 is to amend these two statutes to allow for the importation of certain used vehicles from Mexico, with certain conditions applied. These amendments are required in order to bring Canada into compliance with its international trade obligations under NAFTA. S5 was introduced in the other place on April 14, 2010, and successfully passed third reading on June 8. Simply put, S5 would bring Canada into compliance with our NAFTA obligations regarding the importation of used cars from Mexico. Although NAFTA was signed approximately 2 decades ago, several provisions were delayed by up to 20 years in some cases. This is one such provision, a provision which only came into force last year. When NAFTA was signed, Canada reserved the right to maintain all of our restrictions on used vehicles until January 1, 2009. Since then, we have embarked on a 10-year process to phase out all of Canada's restrictions. Currently, when used vehicles are imported into Canada from the United States, they do not have to meet our environmental and safety standards as they cross the border. However, the owner must commit to ensuring that before he or she registers and licenses the vehicle, the necessary repairs and upgrades are made so that the vehicle will be compliant, as we would all expect to ensure compliance with our safety and environmental regulations. But I would argue, Mr. Speaker, that this is a very straightforward concept. What is odd is that the same permission is not granted to vehicles being imported from Mexico, despite the fact that Mexico is a NAFTA partner. It is this very incongruence that S5 attempts to rectify. The bill deals specifically with 2 sets of regulations, Canada's vehicle safety regulations and Canada's environmental regulations. Both sets of rules are critical for the safe and clean operation of motor vehicles in Canada. Mr. Speaker, used vehicles imported into Canada from any location absolutely must meet both our safety and environmental regulations. I don't think anyone in this House will oppose that concept. However, it does make sense for us to allow the importers of these used vehicles to bring them into Canada for the upgrades necessary to bring them up to our standards. Mr. Speaker, we want compliance with our environmental and our safety regulations. How that happens can either benefit certain people in Canada in terms of additional work, additional jobs for our auto mechanics, for example, or we could insist that that happens elsewhere and deny, in fact, Canadian auto mechanics the ability to have access to this additional work. And I will stress, Mr. Speaker, our concern is the safety of Canadians and the compliance with our environmental regulations. And as long as that is done, and as long as these cars are compliant or made compliant before they are registered and licensed, then that is a good thing for Canada. And we would then argue that allowing them to come into the country first so that Canadian auto mechanics and Canadians have the opportunity for that work. Indeed, allowing this law to continue to prevent the work from being done in Canada only punishes those auto mechanics and other people who might benefit from that work. The only question I have, Mr. Speaker, is why it took the government so long to introduce these measures. A similar story, these NAFTA exemptions were set to expire in 2009. Here we are at the end of 2010. We are on the verge of 2011, and we're only finally getting to this issue. The delay cannot be attributed to the opposition, as this government so often likes to do. S5 was only introduced in the Senate on April 14th, 2010, and it moved quickly through the other place, passing on June the 8th. But, Mr. Speaker, it is ultimately the most important in the context of this bill that Canada live up to its NAFTA commitments. S5 will not weaken our environmental or safety laws. The health and safety of Canadians will not be compromised. Indeed, the benefits of S5 include allowing Canadian auto mechanics and others to benefit from this work. It is for these reasons that we support S5 and encourage its rapid passage. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Saint-Maurice Champlain. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At the outset, I would say that the Bloc Québécois supports this bill, Bill S5. Obviously, it is a bill, it is an important bill, but it was adopted with quite a bit of delay in the implementation of the provisions of NAFTA. So I don't really understand why the government took so much time to bring forward this bill. We know that the purpose is to ensure that used vehicles that are imported from Mexico can be a part of the imported vehicle fleet. We have such an agreement with the U.S. under NAFTA, so we must ensure that vehicles that come in from Mexico also fall under this process. And it's quite important because we know that the Mexicans react in a certain manner. And I'm just making a link with the requirements that Mexican workers must meet when they come to work, for example, in Quebec and Canada. As seasonal workers, they have certain visa requirements, and we have seen that former Canadian parliamentarians sometimes are blocked at the Mexican border because Mexico applies certain reprisals for this situation, and we can understand the nature of their grievance. Mexican workers need visas now, and we know that Mexico is not happy about that. And we know that the number of our parliamentarians are leaving for Mexico soon, and they may experience some difficulties. I know Hélène Scherrer, a former Liberal minister, last year was at the Mexican border, and she was returned to Canada. She wasn't able to enter. So I think that it's important to settle a situation such as this one, because there's a certain problem with regard to vehicles. We know that the climate in Mexico is very different from the Canadian and Quebec climate. So their used vehicles are often in excellent condition, and as long as the regulation is complied with and the safety aspect is with regard to Canadian regulations are respected, because even though we know that there won't be very many such vehicles, we know that we don't want them to endanger the drivers thereof or people who are on the roads and meet up with these vehicles. So the safety standards must be complied with, obviously environmental standards as well. And I'd also mention equipment. Will those vehicles be properly equipped to affront the rigors of Quebec and Canadian winters? Will they have a proper heating system? Will they be able to thaw the... will they have the proper equipment to thaw the windshields, for example, to defrost the windshields, the windows? Those are the types of things that... so as I said earlier, it is... there are likely, this can likely be a good thing for Canadians and Quebec citizens, and in that aspect, we will be in favor of this bill.
If I get into a little more technical detail now, the first aim of this bill is to update the rules to comply with NAFTA that are progressively coming into force. So we're already 2 years behind because these rules should have been in place on January 1st, 2011. It's almost 2009. It's almost 2011 now, and so we're behind. Canada is allowed under NAFTA to bring in Mexico vehicles, but progressively under the fourth subsection of the schedule, we have to bring in the new rules. As of January 1st, 2009, Mexican vehicles over 10 years old are not to be allowed into the country. Now, and then progressively, the number of years goes down, 8 years to 2011, and so on, until in 2019, they have to be in compliance at the time. There are also environmental standards governing American and other vehicles. And we have, therefore, the problem of different rules between Canada and the U.S. and Canada and Mexico and so on. We have the progressive nature of these rules that enable Canada to bring in vehicles. The American and Mexican vehicles have to meet the standards that are required in Canada, as I mentioned earlier. For example, the safety standards have to be complied with in terms of pollution and general operation, and we have to make sure that these vehicles are safe on our roads. Mexico needs to be in compliance with NAFTA, and this is why the Bloc Québécois will support this bill, Bill S5. I would like to thank you, and I want to wish everyone a good Christmas season in Saint-Maurice-Champlain. Thank you.
Questions and commentaires?
Questions and comments?
For Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for his comments on this bill. I don't believe that the government representative actually answered my question earlier, because I was asking him for the studies and backgrounder information that the government would have, and we know they have it. Any issues to deal with the trade and free trade issues, the government examines in minute detail. They have studies on this, and they will know exactly how many cars are projected to be coming into to Canada under this program. And my guess is, because we're starting with 10 years and older vehicles to begin with, that we're going to see very few, if any. But as the years go by towards 2019, newer and newer cars will be allowed in, and that, in fact, may become an issue at that point. So I think it's incumbent upon the government to give us their studies, show us their studies that they have on this issue, and that we want to make certain that they've talked to the motor dealers associations across the country. We've got no guarantees that they've done that. My guess is they haven't at all at this point.
L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Saint-Maurice-Champlain. I understand I'm being asked to answer a question that the parliamentary secretary was unable to answer. Well, I quite agree with the member's question. If the Department of Transport, if the government has studies showing how many vehicles, used vehicles from Mexico will be coming into Canada over the next few years, well, yes, we need that information so that we can inform parliamentarians, the general public, and everyone else involved, like car dealerships, people that resell used vehicles, mechanics, so that they can be prepared for this arrival of vehicles, even if it isn't right away. And I understand that there won't be very many vehicles of that sort. Questions or comments?
The honourable member for Burlington.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to ask questions to my block friend who used to sit on the same committee with me in finance, and I appreciate their comments today on today's bill of the Motor Vehicle Safety Act changes to it. And I'm just, based on the last question, there has been issues about Mexico and what we're doing, and I want to just clarify what the block's position, based on what the previous answer was. There will be some more stringent requirements put in place on vehicles from Mexico. Is the block okay that we're dealing with that? What is their position when we're dealing with that during our negotiations on other trade agreements with Mexico? Thank you.
L'honorable. The honourable member for Saint-Maurice-Champlain. Well, it's hard for me to understand why a member is asking me this question when we're talking about motor vehicles from Mexico. This bill is aimed at complying with NAFTA, to having Canada be in compliance, and the annex deals with importing used vehicles from Mexico, and we are not talking today about other aspects of trade negotiations with Mexico. I'm always open to discussion, and I want to pay tribute to my colleague. Thank you.
Debate. Pursuant to an order made Wednesday, December 15, 2010, Bill S5, an act to amend the Motor Vehicle Safety Act and the Canadian Environmental Protection Act 1999, is deemed read a third time and passed. Orders of the day.
Government orders, government bills. Commons.
Representation Act.
Mr. Fletcher, seconded by Mr. Day, moves that Bill C-12, an act to amend the Constitution Act 1867, Democratic Representation, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs. Debate. The Honourable Minister of State for Democratic Reform.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very pleased to open the second reading debate on Bill C-12, the Democratic Representation Act. Notre gouvernement est déterminé.
Our government is determined to ensure more fair representation for provinces, and we have made this commitment in the throne speech because we are convinced that the vote of each Canadian should have the same weight.
C-12 will do this by restoring the democratic principles of representation by population in the House of Commons. As you know, Mr. Speaker, the representation of provinces in this House is readjusted every 10 years using a formula in our Constitution. At Confederation, representation by population, or some say rep by pop, was the basis for the seat distribution at Confederation. The formula has been amended a number of times since Confederation to respond to demographic changes as our country has grown and evolved. Bill C-12 is the next step in that phase. It makes key improvements to the existing formula, which has caused faster-growing provinces to become underrepresented in the House. So members can fully understand the importance of this legislation, I will describe how the current formula works and how it adversely impacts democratic representation. I will then outline the positive effects of Bill C-12 in moving the House of Commons closer to representation by population while protecting the representation of smaller and slower-growing provinces. I hope by the end of my remarks, opposition members will agree C-12 is needed to ensure that all provinces are fairly represented in this place. La formelle constitutionnelle action.
Under the Constitution as it stands, the number of seats in the House of Commons is determined by the 1985 election formula.
Of a seriously flawed formula that was enacted in 1974. That old formula would have resulted in extremely large numbers of additional seats following the 1981 census. As a result, the formula that we now have in our Constitution was deliberately designed to limit the growth of the House of Commons. While this goal was reasonable in theory, in reality it has penalized faster-growing provinces. Let me explain. As a first step, the 1985 formula divides the population of the provinces by 279, which was the number of provincial seats in the House at that time.
Then, the population of each province is divided by that quotient in order to determine the number of seats for each province.
Second step, 2 constitutional seat guarantees provided a top-up for some provinces. The Senate floor, passed in 1915, guarantees that each province at least will have at least as many seats in the House as it has in the Senate. This protects, for example, PEI's 4 seats. Now, then there was the grandfather clause, which guarantees each province, at a minimum, the number of seats it has as of 1985. Taken together, the effect of these 2 seat floors are significant. First, it means that all provinces, except Ontario, British Columbia, and Alberta, rely on seat floors rather than population to maintain their seat count in the House. Second, the formula allows the 3 faster-growing provinces to get a proportional share of only 279 seats, even though the House has expanded to 305 provincial seats since the 1980s, and of course there's 3 additional for the territories. Third, the extra floor seats for slower-growing provinces, which are not based on population, further erode the relative representation of the faster-growing provinces. As a result, the 3 faster-growing provinces have become significantly underrepresented in the House. For example, in the last readjustment, Ontario only received 34.8% of the provincial seats, while its share of the provincial population was well over 38%. Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, this is not just a symbolic problem. It has a real impact on MPs and on the people that they represent.
Based on the 2006 census, MPs from Ontario, BC, and Alberta represent an average of 226,000 more constituents than MPs from other provinces. As well, because faster-growing provinces are prevented from getting a fair number of seats based on population, there are fewer seats to distribute within those provinces. This creates a major difference in the riding populations where the electoral boundaries are drawn. For example, the member for Brampton West represents over 170,000 constituents based on the 2006 census, whereas the member for Kenora represents about 64,000. The difference in the riding populations between provinces is also significant. For example, a member for Belletford's Lloydminster represents about 71,000 constituents. Next door, the Alberta MP for Vengrel Wainwright has more than 111,000 constituents. Mr. Speaker, these effects on the Canadian Democratic representation will only get worse if the current formula is not changed. The Lortie Report, or Commission on Electoral Democracy, recognized this in 1992 when it stated on page 129 of Volume 1 of its final report that the Representation Act 1985 substantially modified the principles of proportionate representation to the extent never before. The report goes on to say on page 131, in short, the formula errs in two ways. It fails to give sufficient weight to the constitutional principle of proportionate representation and its restriction on increased number of common seats, which works to penalize provinces experiencing population growth and is not related to any principle of representation. Mr. Speaker, this is why the government has introduced Bill C-12 to restore the principle of democratic representation in this place. The Democratic Representation Act will amend the constitutional formula for readjusting seats to bring fair representation to the House while maintaining the seat count of slower growing provinces. First, the bill removes the artificial ceiling of 279 in the current formula that penalizes Ontario, BC, and Alberta. In the next readjustment after the 2011 census, seats in the House will instead be based on the maximum average riding population of 108,000, which is approximately the average riding size in Canada during the last election. In other words, the seats will be determined by dividing a province population by 108,000 and rounding up any remainder. This ensures that the average riding population in any province is no greater than 108,000 people. Compare this to the current formula. This means that faster growing provinces will receive more seats because of the rise in their population. The exact number of seats cannot be known until after the 2011 census is completed, but under the principle of this bill, the representation of Ontario, British Columbia, and Alberta will be much closer to representation by population.
It is important that I mention another aspect of Bill C-12. This bill protects the constitutional seat guarantees.
This means no province will lose seats, even though their populations may be in relative decline. It also means all provinces except Ontario, BC, and Alberta will continue to receive extra seats to maintain their current seat counts. Obviously, Mr. Speaker, if a slower growing province has a sufficient population increase in the future, it could receive additional seats beyond those guaranteed by the seat floors. But in the meantime, the seat floors will continue to ensure that the average riding population in these provinces are lower than the faster growing provinces.
Another major feature of Bill C-12 is that seat counts in subsequent readjustments will increase on a principled basis.
Maximum average riding population, which will be initially set at 108,000, increases the subsequent readjustment based on the rate of growth in all provinces. To take for an example, the population of the province is projected to grow, of all the provinces, i.e. our country, is expected to grow from over 34 million in 2011 to over 38 million in 2021. The percentage increase in population would apply to the 108,000 to create a new maximum average population of about 120,000 for the readjustment following 2021. Based on this, only a limited number of new seats would be added to the House in those provinces that have grown faster than the provincial or national average. In contrast, the current formula, which penalizes population growth, Bill C-12 recognizes and reflects in the House the current and future realities. At the same time, overall growth in the House will be moderated in the future. Mr. Speaker, our government is committed to giving fair representation to faster growing provinces. That is why we've introduced this bill. I believe the opposition can agree with me that some basic principle of fair democratic representation is advanced under Bill C-12. First, the representation of an elected assembly should be based on population as much as possible. This means that the representation should reflect the population growth and demographic realities of our country. Bill C-12 will strengthen this principle by ensuring that faster growing provinces receive fair representation in this House. Second, as a democratic society, we should strive as much as possible for the ideal one person, one vote. This means that average riding population should not unduly vary in size from one province to another. Bill C-12 will significantly reduce the average riding populations for faster growing provinces. In the next readjustment, Ontario, BC, Alberta will have an average riding population of less than 108,000 people, compared to more than 120,000 constituents under the current formula. The imbalance that exists under the current formula led the Mowat Centre for Policy Innovation to call Canada one of the worst violators of the principle of one person, one vote among federations of the world. A third basic principle of democratic representation is that smaller provinces may need better representation to ensure their opinions and concerns are heard. This is why Bill C-12 protects the seat counts of all provinces, guaranteeing that slower growing provinces will not lose any seats. And I would like to make it clear, Mr. Speaker, there are no extra seats being given to faster growing provinces under Bill C-12. Unlike every other province, Ontario, BC, and Alberta will receive seats based on their population alone. It may be tempting for critics to argue that the increase in seats for faster growing provinces impact the relative representation of other provinces. I believe, Mr. Speaker, that this argument is based on a false premise. In fact, it is the other 7 provinces that receive more seats than their populations merit, thanks to constitutional seat guarantees. There is good reason for this, including historic compromises and the recognition that slower growing and particularly smaller provinces need enhanced representation to protect their voices in this place. However, it is these extra 4 seats that also impact the relative representation of other provinces and prevent strict representation by population in this House. Enfin, Monsieur.
At its core, Mr. Speaker, representation in this House is a delicate balance between competing democratic principles.
Bill C-12 strikes a balance that I believe that all Canadians, no matter where they live, can agree on. And I urge opposition parties to support this bill so that we can restore representation by population in this House. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Mississauga-Streetsville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask the Honourable Member, in fact, I'd like to make a few comments first if I could, because I think the foundation of our democracy is the principle of one person, one vote, and all Canadians should have to expect to have fair, effective representation regardless of where they live. In Ontario, our vote is worth less than half in some instances than in other less populated provinces. In my riding of Mississauga-Streetsville, there are 130,000 constituents, about 90,000 voters, and in rural and less populated provinces, there's fewer than half those in each of those ridings. So what we need is fairness and transparency and a government that's willing to act to address this issue. This bill was introduced on on April 1st, and we thought perhaps it was some sort of April Fool's joke that has gone nowhere in 8 months on the order paper since then. Instead, what's happened is this government has leaked to the press that there was a deal among parties that it not proceed. And of course, that's just a bald-faced lie. It's a complete, utter inaccuracy to justify their inaction, Mr. Speaker. So why does this government wait 8 months to return to this very important issue? Why discriminate against provinces like Ontario, Mr. Speaker? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of State.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we live in a democracy and people are free to say what they will. I'm not going to particularly go down to the level of the member's question, other than to answer the most important point. The member mentioned that her riding has, I believe, 130,000-ish people. The average riding in Prince Edward Island is 35,000 people. So that is obviously a discrepancy. What this bill does is a proactive method of bringing down the average number of Mr. Speaker, we're trying to be democratic here, and members from the opposite side are interfering in the democratic discussion with their heckling. Like, why can't we just have a civil conversation here? 108,000 for Ontario is a compromise that will benefit the members' questions riding. My question is, why doesn't the Liberal Party stand up and support this bill to get through all the levels of the parliamentary process? It's the Liberal Party and the coalition that has delayed the debate on this issue.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you, Speaker. Well, I want to pick up on the last question and, more importantly, the last response. I don't quite get how it is that the opposition have delayed this when the government has control about when government bills are called. So I think it's a very valid question, given the importance to our democracy, given importance to Canadians in our fastest-growing population provinces. Why did it take so long for this bill to come back to the House? And secondly, having brought it back, why aren't we at least getting it to a second reading debate so that when we return it's in committee and we can roll up our sleeves and get to work?
The Honourable Minister of State.
Well, again, Mr. Speaker, the government has brought forward a bill that will accurately, as much as possible, bring one member, one vote, allow for representation by population. Mr. Speaker, what is astounding about the members' comments is it is the opposition-led coalition that has delayed legislation in this place on the economy, on public safety issues, on immigration, and now they're complaining that there's been some sort of delay on bringing forward this bill, when in fact, if they were a little bit more responsible on the other bills, there would have been House time to deal with this very important bill. Why don't, if they're really keen, why don't the opposition parties agree to have this bill passed with unanimous consent. We can do it right now.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Calgary
Northeast.
Northeast.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And first of all, I want to commend the minister for tabling this bill because, first of all, the Liberal Party did not intend or think about it for 13 years.
Here. Yeah.
Second, it definitely kills the speculation which was created by the media, and it proves that, once again, the media was wrong in speculating that there is a conspiracy theory going on to kill this bill. But nevertheless, my question to the minister is that whether this bill will have any future review clause or any future readjustment clause in this.
The Honourable Minister of State.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the bill is being presented. It's a fair bill. It allows faster-growing provinces that are currently underrepresented in this House to be fairly represented. It would be helpful if the opposition parties would indicate that they will pass the bill in its current form, but they refuse to do that. So it makes it very difficult for me to answer the question because, of course, there is a committee process. However, again, if the opposition parties wish, I'm sure we can get this side of the House to agree to pass this bill at all stages in this House, and it's the opposition parties that are preventing that. So it's really the opposition parties that are preventing the fast passage of this legislation. I just don't understand, Mr. Speaker, what the opposition parties have against democracy.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member from Westmount Ville-Marie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, I have a very specific question for the Minister. I just want to be sure that I understood correctly what he said. If I understood correctly, he said that based on next year's census, that is in 2011, the number of seats in Quebec will be based on the population of Quebec after that census, divided by 108,000. Is that correct? Have I understood correctly the method that will be used to establish the number of seats? Of course, we do have the 75 seat guarantee as well.
The seat count in all provinces will be protected. So if the average population of Quebec is divided by the 108,000 divisor, and that number results in seats over 75, Quebec will obviously receive those seats. If it's below, Quebec will be guaranteed the 75 seats. So and that's true for all provinces. That's a principle that is key in this bill. But like I say, if the member is, I'm not sure what the member is suggesting, but you know, if I understand that the Bloc has some concerns, as they always do on these types of things. But of course, if the Bloc had its way, there would be 0 seats in this House for Quebec.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Hamilton Centre, short question, please.
Thanks very much, Speaker. The minister's answer is still not sufficient. The question was, why did it take so long to come back to the House? To give an argument that other bills have been held up doesn't work. The government has the right to do extended hours in the last part of a sitting. They didn't do that. To roll in here now and say that what you want is a unanimous consent to move 1, 2, 3 is as irresponsible as the government not bringing this bill in a timely way. I ask again, why didn't the minister bring in the bill in a way that we could have passed second reading and get it off to committee? Why?
The Honourable Minister of State, a short answer, please.
Sure. Well, I'll give you an example of how the opposition parties delay legislation. The NDP on our other representation bill brought forward a bill to an amendment to kill our term limit legislation on the Senate. Now that's going to take time to debate in the House and so on, but once that amendment's defeated, the NDP are going to support our term limits bill in the Senate. But yet they introduced a motion to kill that bill. So really the hypocrisy lies with the opposition parties and the opposition-led coalition with the Liberals, the Separatists, and the Socialists. This government is moving forward as fast as possible under very difficult circumstances with these obstructionist opposition members.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for St. Paul's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And we too, as a party, are grateful that this has finally come to the House since it was tabled on April 1st, and it seems to have been the embarrassment of the civic literacy that rose during the recent by-election that the Toronto riding of Vaughan had 120,864 voters for the riding, while Winnipeg North had only 51,198. It is even in the grade 5 classrooms in my riding that they ask why their vote in St. Paul's counts half as much as ridings all across this country. It is again so disappointing to see that the government had an opportunity to do this. It has been exacerbated census after census, with Ontario, BC, and Alberta having way less seats than they're entitled to. It needed to be fixed, and it needs to be fixed so that as soon as we have the results of the 2011 census, that we can get on and get this fixed once for all. So in the embarrassment post-by-election, the government then chose to leak to the media that there was some deal between all the opposition parties to kill the bill, instead of just actually doing the right thing and bringing this towards the House. The idea, as my honourable member from the NDP has said, it's impossible for the opposition parties to be accused of stalling when it hasn't even come to the House. And the fact that anyone thinks that this is sheerly about arithmetic, that any bill that comes before this House is perfect and doesn't deserve a proper analysis in committee is truly undemocratic. Our country will never have a perfect rep by pop. There are too many differences. The Supreme Court has already decided that the big territories have such a big land mass that even though there are fewer people there, that they need their own representative per territory. We have the Constitution that will always give PEI the same number of seats as senators. That will always be the case, and that is that floor. And then we had in 1985 the understanding that no province would ever receive less seats than it had at that floor. Year after year with the census, we have been redistributing the ridings as best we can within a province. This bill is the only way that we can go forward to get more seats for the provinces like Ontario, Alberta, and British Columbia, but it is hugely important that we actually get this right. This government has refused to deal with provinces at all. There are no First Ministers meetings. There's no conversations. This isn't something that you can do by fiat. It has been ever since I've been here. The idea that governments think they can bring a bill to Parliament as though it's a baked cake and already perfect, instead of actually allowing the work and the good work of committees, bringing witnesses forward, is the way that we enhance our democracy, by allowing parliamentarians, allowing witnesses. And in this case, because the government has refused to consult the provinces, we are going to have to hear from the provinces and territories at committee. Our democracy is indeed founded on the principle of one person, one vote, and Canadians expect that they will have fair, effective representation regardless of where they live. Any redistribution of seats must incorporate these ideas. We believe that any proposal for redistribution must be thoroughly considered in a serious and civil committee setting. This ought not to be an opportunity for political games and one-upmanship championships of the world. This is about fairness and transparency, and no, whatever we come up with, we'll still have some ridings with a lesser proportion than other ridings. No matter what happens, and therefore you need to have a civil conversation to figure out what is the level of compromise, what indeed would Canadians see as fair. Right at the moment, it is worrying because a number of provinces have expressed concerns about their projected level of representation under this proposed redistribution. This bill fails to provide fair representation for Quebec. This has to be fixed. If using this formula, Quebec will be farther away from rep by pop than it is at the present time. We believe that no province should end up further away from rep by pop or less representative as the result of this bill. It therefore needs to go to committee and needs to be properly and thoroughly studied. Yet again, the Prime Minister has failed to properly consult with Canadians. This is completely undemocratic in terms of now this proposal that even their elected representatives wouldn't have a chance to study the bill properly. This is an extraordinarily important thing that we do in terms of trying to make our country and its representative democracy more fair. It is ridiculous to think that this is just an arithmetic lesson and that the government already has the right formula and crib notes. Liberals will work in committee to ensure the fair representation of all Canadians in the House of Commons as we move forward. It is going, I believe, to make sure that this is indeed hypothetical, because again the results of the census may mean that you would want to adjust the formula or at least make allowances for less populated provinces to make sure that they have fair representation after this bill passes. We think that it is hugely important because the principle of proportionate representation of the provinces is entrenched in Section 42(1)(a) of the Constitution. But representation by population has never been the sole criteria when distributing seats in the House of Commons. Canada was created through a federation of provinces with the assumption that each would have fair, if not equal, weight, and this has led to the basic unit of calculating seats as the province rather than the straight calculation based on population. In the reference to the Supreme Court on the provincial electoral boundaries of Saskatchewan, the court commented on the issue of the relative parity of voter power in analogous issues of riding boundaries. Relative parity of voting power is a prime condition of effective representation. Deviations from absolute voter parity, however, may be justified on the grounds of practical impossibility or the provision of more effective representation. Factors like geography, community, history, community interests, and minority representations may need to be taken into account to ensure that our legislative assemblies effectively represent the diversity of our social mosaic beyond this dilution of one citizen's vote as compared with another's should not be countenanced. Ontario currently has 38.8% of the national population while holding 34.4% of the seats. Alberta 10.9 to 9.1% of the seats, and BC 13.23% of the population and 11.7% of the seats. Quebec currently has 23.2% of the population, 24.35% of the seats, but if the new formula is passed, it will have 22.2% of the House seats, which is actually below its proportion of the Canadian population according to the Stats Canada 2010 population estimates. It should also be noted that the legislation sets out a formula for how to determine seat distribution based on population and does not distribute a specific number of seats to provinces. the numbers of seats currently being used by the governor to explain the bill is an estimate of seats based on population projections, and we will not know the actual number of seats each province will be allocated until the 2011 census is actually completed. So the existing formula, as I spoke to, Mr. Speaker, had the two floors of the Senate floor and the grandfather floor from 85, and also the decision that each territory would have a seat. We believe that with the effect of the new proposal, that there are still some problems that need to be worked out in committee. We need all Canadians to feel that this was properly studied, and that when indeed this bill passes, that every single Canadian will understand the reasons for the decisions taken and how it is as fair as it could possibly have been because of the due diligence and the proper scrutiny of parliamentarians having heard from the witnesses. We believe that in going forward, that it is imperative that this bill go to committee, be properly studied, bring forward the proper witnesses from Atlantic Canada, from Donald Savoy, to the people who have indeed in the Supreme Court ruling talked about the idea of our social mosaic and how that too is important in any deliberation on allocating seats. But we do regret that this didn't come forward in the spring. We do regret that we actually haven't had the respect to think that parliamentarians can and should be representing not only their constituents but the future of Canada in all deliberations with respect to a bill as important as this. So to suggest that we could rush this bill through because the government sat on it since last April is truly disingenuous and ridiculous and undemocratic. And I call upon the minister responsible for supposed democratic reform of the Conservative Party to realize that this proposal today flies in the face of anything those of us committed to democratic renewal in this country are trying to do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Minister of State for Democratic Reform.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The hypocrisy of the member's statement is quite interesting. When I was asking my questions or responding to the members' questions, the members of our own party were heckling. So that's so much for a civil debate, and it would only be worse at committee, I would imagine, based on the other party's record. Having said that, we want to move forward with this bill. It's based on representation by population. It's a very simple formula. The provinces do support it. Ontario, if you ask Ontario, Alberta, and BC, they certainly support it. It is a formula that is fair, easily understood, and it is a formula, by the way, that provides provinces the seats. How those seats are distributed within the provinces is up to a nonpartisan committee under the Electoral Boundaries Act. So that's quite separate. All we are trying to do here is determine the number of seats per province. And for the member to suggest that people are not aware that there's some sort of delay tactic, has to look only at her own party, their record during 13 years, and what was basically suggested by the member, and that was a filibuster at committee. Will the Liberal Party filibuster after this bill meets committee? Because that's sure what it sounded like.
The Honourable Member for St. Paul's.
This party needs to not listen to the minister on the issue of filibuster or dirty tricks in committee. I believe our party will do what Canadians expect us to do and study this bill properly and make sure it's the best possible assessment of this terrible inequity that has been allowed to fester over these times, such that Ontario, Alberta, and BC have been seriously underrepresented. We want this to come to committee. We don't believe that we should take the minister's word for which provinces are in favor or not. It's about the citizens of the provinces having a proper understanding of this, so that when we come out with the final bill, that all Canadians will feel that this was fairly looked at and that this is the right recipe to fix the unfairness that has continued to go on under their watch.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member from St. Paul's for her comments. Much of what she said we in the NDP agree with a couple of important exceptions. The member mentioned Quebec and the fact that Quebec, if this law passes in its current framework, would effectively give the Quebec province less weighted seats than they have right now. We in the NDP have taken a position that percentage of 24.35 should be frozen, should be locked in out of respect for the motion that we passed, recognizing the Quebecois as a nation within a united Canada. So I would ask the honourable member, given that that's our position and we intend to move that amendment at committee, will the honourable member be supporting that amendment to give fairness to Quebec? And if not, what alternative do they have to put forward that would ensure that Quebec is not losing what a lot of us believe they ought to be maintaining?
The honourable member for St. Paul's.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And it's an excellent question. I think that there may well be a number of proposals that could come forward at committee to make sure that no province, and particularly Quebec, goes further away from proper representation than the representation they have now. I think it is just imperative that all members of Parliament understand how important this kind of fairness would be, and that this particular bill takes a province that was at approximately plus 1% in terms of proportion representation by population to minus 1% in representation by population, and to the Liberal Party of Canada that's unacceptable.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened with great interest, and I must admit a little bit of amusement to the Speaker when she made some of her points. She was grumbling about an 8-month delay on this side of the House in introducing this bill. She also mentioned that she goes to grade 5 classes and talks there about government, and they're asking her why there's such an imbalance. Well, I guess the question I would have for her, Mr. Speaker, is what was the answer that she gave those grade 5 classes when their party was in government? They had 13 years to address this. This discrepancy in riding size did not occur in the last 8 months. It occurred over a long period of time. They had a long time to address it. So I'm wondering what her answer was to the grade 5 classes, because right now, Mr. Speaker, those grade 5 classes are all voting members of the Canadian public.
The honourable member for St. Paul's.
I thank the member for the question, and I do believe that this disparity has gone on too long, and it is. But the government of the day had a bill that it tabled in 2007 and pulled back because they were too nervous. We actually want to get on with this, and it should have come to this House in the spring. I think the minister had every understanding that parties wanted it to go to committee, and here we are, practically Christmas Eve, and now they're wanting to jam it through. That is where the lack of democracy and lack of respect for government, for Parliament, for parliamentarians, and the good work that we can do to make this bill as good as it can be, instead of this absolute abdication of responsibility since April the 1st, and now expecting us to ram it through right now, and we will not do that.
Questions and comments? Reprise de débat, l'honorable.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to take part in this debate because I will be fulfilling the mandate given to me by the Quebecers who sent me to this House and sent all of us in the bloc to this House, and that is the defense of their rights. With respect to Bill C-12, this is a bill which directly attacks the Quebec nation And you'll understand that at the very beginning of my speech, I'm going to say that the Bloc will be opposing this bill and will do everything in its power to make sure that this bill does not carry. Now, we have a minority government and we could have an election over coming weeks or months. But this bill, or this idea of marginalizing Quebec, is one of the major issues in the next election in Quebec. On November 22, 2006, the Conservative government tabled a motion recognizing the existence of the Quebec nation. Now, we were a nation, we didn't need the recognition, but it was interesting to see that parliamentarians in this House recognized us as a nation. This was a first. So the House and the government should have acted more logically, given that they recognized us as a nation, and this should have been translated into a series of measures. But there were no concrete measures to recognize the Quebec nation, and this bill does not recognize the Quebec nation. In fact, it weakens the recognition of the Quebec nation and marginalizes it in the House of Commons. I would remind you, Mr. Speaker, that the proportion of the population cannot be the only factor in determining the representation for each of the regions in Canada. For example, Prince Edward Island has four members, and it's about as big as a neighborhood in Montreal, so it would only have one member. So we've understood, and we think it's completely understandable, because we did the same thing with the Magdalen Islands in the Quebec government. So in the House of Commons or in any democratic institution it can't just be a mechanical or arithmetical thing to represent the population in that kind of mathematical way. And this issue, the recognition of the Quebec nation, which is central to this debate, means that Quebec must have the political weight in institutions of the federal government to have its voice heard. And C12 moves in the opposite direction. And this was brought up by the member, the NDP member. With C12, the number of members from Quebec will be less than its demographic weight. And as was the case with the Charlottetown agreement, we would have less than what we are supposed to have and what we have traditionally had. So you'll understand that we are very far removed from this recognition. So C12 is something we oppose in great numbers, if not unanimously. The National Assembly has asked that C12 be withdrawn. It was C56 before and would have given 26 more seats to the Canadian nation, because in the Canadian political space, the House of Commons recognized the Quebec nation.
So if we take into account the First Nations, there are even more, but this is another type of recognition, another way of settling our relations on a nation-to-nation basis. In this case, the Canadian political space is made up of two large nations, the Canadian nation and the Quebec nation. Bill C-56 gave 26 more seats to the Canadian nation, and we were opposed to that. So you will understand that with Bill C-12 now, which gives 30 seats to the Canadian nation, we are even more opposed to it. But we must also recognize the fact that the government, the Prime Minister, and the Conservative Party as a whole has not recognized Quebec's recriminations concerning Bill C-56. And worse, Bill C-12 is even more insulting, if you will, because they did not make any effort to make a compromise with the Quebec nation. Not only did they not try to reach a compromise, and I can understand that for the Conservatives, as an electioneering tactic, giving more seats to Ontario is a great idea because they will get more support and perhaps even try and win a majority government. But all that is done to the detriment of the Quebec nation. So, Mr. Speaker, I feel that it's important to underscore that Bill C-12 is something that is even more insulting to the Quebec people because of this addition of another 4 seats to the representation of the Canadian nation. The 47 Bloc Québécois members are all opposed to Bill C-12. But also as are the 125 MNAs, the members of the National Assembly in Quebec. 125 out of 200 are opposed to Bill C-12, just as they were opposed to Bill C-56. So that's already 5% of the Quebec representation between the National Assembly and the House of Commons. And in that regard, the Canadian nation should hear the voice of the elected officials of the Quebec population and withdraw this bill. And as it was said earlier, maintain the 25% proportion of elected officials here in this House. If the political will is there is always a way to ensure that Canada's demographic reality is properly reflected, taking into account an entire range of criteria that must not depend solely on representation by population, but there are many formulas. Here's one. If we increase the number of representatives of the Canadian nation in this House, well then let's increase the number of the representatives of the Quebec nation to make sure that the proportions are commensurate. I think Quebec would be very open to that. It would take into account the demographic reality of the Canadian nation, which is changing. It's increasing much more rapidly in Western Canada, especially BC and Alberta. As in the National Assembly, there is also the example. For example, we have 125 seats in Quebec, and changes are regularly made to take into account the displacement or trends in population. It's not always easy, but such debates are held in Quebec, and sometimes certain regions win more ridings to the detriment of other regions which lose them. But within those 125 seats in the National Assembly of Quebec, agreements are reached. So we could do the same thing here in the House of Commons, reserve 25% approximately for the representatives of Quebec, and perhaps reorganize the seats that represent the Canadian nation. So it's not that we don't have the will to allow Canada to amend or reorganize its representation to take into account of the changing population trends, but all of this must not be done to the detriment of the interests of the Quebec nation. Benoit Pelletier, on May 17, 2007, concerning Bill C-56, which was the predecessor of this bill, but although C-12 is even worse because 4 additional seats were added to Canada's representation. So I will read to you what he said. He was a Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs for the Quebec government at the time. He said, "I am sensitive to the fact that the House is based on rep by pop. However, I am wondering whether there wouldn't be a measure, a type of special protection for Quebec, which represents the main linguistic minority of Canada. It is a founding province of Canada, and it is losing demographic weight. Why couldn't Quebec have a special accommodation linked to its status as a nation and a linguistic minority within Canada?" So that's what Benoit Pelletier said. And he's a federalist, not a sovereigntist, and yet this is what he said. So that relays the essence of a confederation. Also in 1840, when it was decided to found a united Canada, Lower Canada had a much larger population than Upper Canada did. However, the political leaders of the nation, well, it wasn't a nation at a time, it was more of a French-Canadian nation than a Quebec nation, but the leaders of that French-Canadian nation made representations to the population of Lower Canada, and they called for an inequality in the number of seats between Upper and Lower Canada, despite the fact that Lower Canada had more people. They understood that reorganizations had to be made in political terms to ensure that the two nations could speak to each other on an equal footing. So that was a challenge that was met in 1840, and we should have taken lessons from that for 2010, but apparently the sense of confederation doesn't exist anymore here. This conservative government wants nothing more than to centralize government more and more, and we have a political system where the federal government has more and more power, especially because of its so-called power of spending power with regard to provincial jurisdictions. And I would remind you that the Bloc Québécois tabled a bill this winter, a motion to eliminate the federal government's spending power in the areas of jurisdiction of the provinces and of Quebec. And the member for both suggested that we table that motion, but unfortunately the Federalist parties opposed this motion, which is once again a sign that the existence of that nation is not actually recognized, the Quebec nation. And the Conservatives merely did this. We saw it afterwards. They used this initiative for electioneering tactics to show that Quebecers, that they were more open to Quebecers than the Liberals were in Jean Chrétien's time. But this was merely a symbolic measure. As we can clearly see, it had no real meaning. And we saw that with this refusal of the government to eliminate its spending power in areas of provincial jurisdiction. I tabled a bill to make the Charter of rights and freedoms applicable to transportation companies, for example, interprovincial transportation companies, other federally regulated sectors, and the 225,000 workers in Quebec who are not currently protected by the Charter of the French language could be protected. Now, the NDP was divided on this issue, but all the other Federalists and Canadian parties opposed this measure, even though all it is a recognition of the Quebec nation and also the existence of its common language, which is French. But no, once again, the government tried to maintain the fiction of bilingualism, whereas we know that in the rest of Canada, the French-Canadian minority is being assimilated slowly but surely, despite laws that are theoretically supposed to protect them. So, for example, Quebec's national culture, we saw again recently when the Minister of Heritage tabled Bill C-32, which is denounced by all artists, all creators, all of Quebec's singers and composers, but it's total indifference to them. And it's not only in Quebec that C-32 is meeting with opposition. Many Canadian artists are against it. And Quebec's voice, though, is being heard more loudly than English-speaking artists in Canada. So once again, Quebec culture is being made an example of. It's being attacked, and once again, this is a failure to recognize the Quebec nation. And very clearly, Bill C-32 seeks to foster major broadcasting companies, producers, in Canada and the United States to the detriment of copyright protection for artists. These are all examples, Mr. Speaker, of the failure to recognize the Quebec nation. We're not expecting it. It will never happen either with the Conservative government or with any other Federalist party. So if the Quebec nation was truly recognized, such a bill, C-12, would never have been brought forward. Some kind of compromise would have been reached. The consensus in Charlottetown was to have 25% representation of Quebec within federal institutions. I will continue by saying that there were provisions in previous constitutions, that of 1867, where it was more of a French-Canadian nation at the time. This was before Quebec. It was situated in Lower St. Lawrence and all of Lower Canada. And that French-Canadian nation agreed that the English-Canadian nation should have equal representation. Things have changed since then. French Canadians who live in Quebec now define themselves as Quebecers, as the population who lives in Quebec. They feel that they are part of the Quebec nation, and they never talk about an ethnic nation. It's not, and neither does English Canada. They don't say that they're of Scottish or British or Irish descent. Everyone says that they're English Canadians or French Canadians, or rather Quebecers if they live in Quebec and if they speak French, regardless of their origin, their background, their religion. People are Canadians or Quebecers. And in that context, Quebec remains the very heart of the francophonie, not only for the political space in Canada, but also across North America and throughout the Americas. Because aside from countries such as Haiti, Martinique, Guadeloupe, this is the only jurisdiction, Quebec is, where French is the language of the majority. And so this reality must be taken into account to ensure once again that Quebec's political voice is heard here in this House. And those are the exact same arguments that Paul Gérin-Lajoie, when he was Minister of Education, along with Jean Lesage in the early 1960s, the Quebec Liberal Party, during the Quiet Revolution. That is this very same argument used by Paul Gérin-Lajoie when he said that the Quebec nation had to have an extension of its jurisdiction on the international stage. He was talking about the issue of education, the sector of education, and he said since we have jurisdiction over education in Quebec, because it's central to the development of a nation, and education is very closely linked to culture, well then, with regard to those sectors, culture and education, Quebec must be heard with its own voice on the international scene, but unfortunately that was not recognized because once again, Quebec was offered a very small seat, an ejectable seat within UNESCO because Canada didn't want them to have any greater representation. Canada wants Quebec to keep its mouth shut so Canada can speak on its behalf, even though Canada and Quebec don't always have the same positions. So we feel that this bill must be withdrawn, and I'm going to amend it as follows. I move, supported by the member for Laval, that the motion be amended by substitution of the following words. The word "that," replaced with "that this House refuse to give second reading to Bill C-12, an act to amend the Constitution Act 1867, democratic representation, because this bill would unacceptably reduce the political weight of Quebec within the House of Commons. It does not provide for 25% within the 25% of Quebec representation stays, and that's what we want. So that's what I move this amendment, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Joliette moves the following amendment. I move, supported by the Member for Laval, Ms. Demers, that the motion be amended by the substitution of the following word, the word "that," with the following: that this House refuse to give second reading to Bill C-12, an act to amend the Constitution Act 1867, democratic representation, because this bill unacceptably reduces Quebec's demographic, the Quebec nation's demographic weight within the House of Commons, and does not provide for a 25% representation of Quebec elected officials in the House. The amendment is admissible. Questions and comments?
Minister of State for Democratic Reform.
Well, Mr. Speaker, obviously we've heard in this House that regardless of the differences of the Federalist parties, that we would like to see this bill move forward. We recognize, we all know that the Bloc ultimate goal is not to have any seats in the House of Commons, and that this bill is just another example of why a Federalist MP does more, any Federalist MP from any province does more for Quebec than the entire Quebec Qua have done in 20 years. So, having said that, will the member agree that that his motion is a delay on the inevitable, and that is that we will move forward to ensure that all provinces, including Quebec, are fairly represented in the House of Commons, and that the motion is really just a delay tactic in preventing proper representation from Quebec and for other provinces throughout our country, which is most important. We live in the best country in the world, and this is just another reason, another way for the Bloc to slow things down.
The Honourable Member for Joliette. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Democratic Reform, and I say democratic in quotation marks, he says that the Bloc over the past 20 years hasn't done anything, but that's false. I would like to remind him that his party is 144 years old, and we've looked at its record, and it's pretty negative, whereas we have done a great deal in 20 years. The proof of that is that we received majority support during the last elections from the Quebec nation, and in fact that occurred 7 times, whereas his party it cannot boast of the same thing in the polls. There is nothing in the Canadian Constitution that obliges us to strict proportionality. The provinces with reduced demographic weight don't see a lowering of their representation, so rep by pop doesn't really exist, especially not a strict application thereof. So it is perfectly logical, politically speaking, that the House of Commons could decide that the Quebec nation could have a proportional representation in the House. If that could happen if there was a political will to ensure that Quebec has 25% of the seats, or approximately so. So that, yes, obviously we want to debate this as long as possible and bring it forward for the election in the next months. And we're going to make that a major issue in Quebec. And I can't wait to hear our Conservative Quebec colleagues to defend this. It's going to be very interesting to see. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Jeanne Lebert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was very happy to see, to hear the speech of my colleague. Especially concerning the debate between Lower and Upper Canada. That was actually a rallying point because both parties they decided to give equal weight to each party in the House, whereas even though Lower Canada had a much greater population.
That said, the government, through its questions and the actions of certain members across, are giving the impression this is a sovereignist debate. My colleague might want to correct me, but if I'm not wrong, this isn't a debate between sovereignists and Federalists, but rather between the Quebec nation and the Canadian nation. I think that there is a strong consensus in Quebec, both among Federalists and others, that we need to protect the 25% proportion that Quebec has in House seats right now. There are a handful of people against this idea. We see them here. We see 10 or so members of the Conservative caucus here. We have some Liberals, but other MPs or other Quebec representatives are against this idea. The Honourable Member for Joliette. I want to thank the member for Jean Lebert for his question, and it gives me a chance to come back to an important point. We had Bill C-56, and the National Assembly in Quebec adopted 2 unanimous resolutions calling on the government to withdraw that bill on April 22nd, 2010. We're not talking about something long ago. The National Assembly, for the 3rd time, unanimously adopted the following motion: that Quebec as a nation requires special protections and calls on all parties in the House of Commons to take measures to prevent a reduction in Quebec's proportion of seats in the House of Commons. So I want to say, like the member for Jean Lebert, we call on all members here to listen to the consensus in Quebec. The ADQ, the Parti Québécois, the Liberal members have called on the government to withdraw this legislation.
Question, any comment? Honourable
Questions or comments?
Centre.
Thank you very much, Speaker. And as I indicated earlier in previous remarks, we in the NDP are very sympathetic and very supportive of the notion that, on the one hand, having recognized unanimously in this House the Quebecois as a nation within a united Canada cannot then be watered down and belittled by a motion that gives them less relative strength. I mean, it's not just a nation within Canada, quite frankly, but in all of North America. It's a distinct culture, although that word has connotations, but it is. And so we believe that if we're going to eventually create the conditions in Canada that will bring Quebec to sign willingly and voluntarily the Constitution, because as we know they haven't yet, then there needs to be a lot more respect for those motions. My question is this, Speaker. Given the fact that the member, if I understood his remarks, and I listened very carefully, was not interested in being seen as obstructionist in denying BC, Alberta, and Ontario the seats that they should have, why then this heavy-handed motion of get rid of 12? Is there not some other way that the Bloc can look to work with us to get to committee so that we can find a way to ensure that those provinces that deserve and need these seats can get them, but at the same time we find a common ground that we can all live with vis-à-vis Quebec?
The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for his question, which is very relevant. Our assessment is that both on the government side and among the official opposition members, there is no desire to find a compromise. We felt this when we debated C-56 and also today. And in that context, we can't take the chance of going forward with second reading and going to committee. So we need to make sure that this debate is in the political realm in the next election campaign. So I want to thank the NDP for its willingness to suggest compromise. If the other parties want to do the same thing, then that will be good. But I don't think that that willingness is there on the majority of members in the House. But if there is that goodwill, then that is fine, but I have serious doubts about it. There is something that is very important that I haven't talked about. In the past, we have had certain recognition. We have not had enough recognition of Quebec within the Canadian political scene. There was the unilateral patriation of the Constitution in 1982. A charter was imposed on us that we did not support, and Quebec was therefore marginalized. Therefore, after patriation of the Constitution by Pierre Elliott Trudeau, Quebec was no longer a province in the same category as the others, and we don't accept this debate either.
For Hamilton Centre.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the opportunity to join in the debate. Let me just state it at the outset for the record. I'm not going to repeat everything that's been said. It doesn't need to be done a second go-around. But we do believe strongly in the principle of representation by population, rep by pop. And I'm from Ontario, the province that, quite frankly, is in the greatest need of more seats to recognize the growing population. And you guys applaud easy. I mean, did you do that for BC and Alberta too? I'll mention them, and there we go. And one for Alberta. It's got to be lots of. Okay, now we got through that. You'd think it would be motherhood, given all that applause, that we wouldn't be stuck in this position where we are. But let me also say that we believe, as we approach this, that we need to be recognizing the constitutional structure of Canada, our history, as well as community of interest as defined by the Supreme Court. So those are fundamental principles that we hold out as we move forward in reviewing this bill. Let me, but before I leave that, let me just also say, this is important, that this is like fixing sort of 1/3 of the democratic deficit we have in Canada. The other 2/3 are comprised of ultimately getting rid of that other place down the hall that we don't need, and secondly, to get proper representation by proportional representation, which would truly give us a representative House of population. So we need to go to a PR House, get rid of the Senate, increase the seats that the provinces need to reflect their population, and then all we've done is a major repair work. Then there's the actual onward building of the country. But that's the kind of work we need to do. But this is an important piece of it. And that's why we are holding the government to account on not having brought this bill forward for 8 months. And this argument that the opposition, because there's been some kerfuffles around other bills, that somehow that denied the minister and the government the opportunity to bring in this bill is just nonsense. First of all, most of the time that we took up in this place in the last year was to make up for the ground we lost because the government prorogued. So a lot of the time that was here was time that they've wasted, and those bills have been in here 3 and 4 times. They also could have extended the hours in the last days of the sitting. They didn't do that. Well, I hear the minister over there. I hear the minister laughing. I don't know what he's laughing about. It's important work. The hours were there. The time was to do it. Given that I heard the Minister of Democratic Reform saying the reason the bill didn't come in was because they didn't have House time, I'm pointing out that that's not accurate. There was lots of House time. What was missing was the political will to bring it forward. Which brings me to the article that triggered all of this. Oh, and also, I'm not going to repeat I've made the comments here. That we had a fulsome debate on April the 20th, for anybody who's following these things, about the block position and an amendment that we put, and I think it very clearly states where we are on this issue. It expands on the principles that I've already mentioned this morning. We support not the 25%, and there's a reason for that, but indeed the 24.35%, which represents the relative strength of Quebec now when this bill is introduced, but more importantly, that represents the relative weight of the seats for Quebec in the House of Commons, as it was at the time that this House unanimously said that we recognize the Quebecois as a nation within a united Canada. Now, the reason we're even debating this today in the last dying moments of the House is because of an article on December the 2nd in the Globe and Mail, headed up, and I realize the reporters don't write the headlines, but the headline is, Federal Parties Agree to Scrap Bill to Correct Voting Inequality, by John Ibbotson. Now, I was interviewed for that, And I got to tell you, it was one of those moments you get going through an interview and a reporter throws a piece of information at you that you didn't know or is new, or is it something they're just throwing out there to throw you off? I mean, it's a whole art into itself, interviewing us types. And in the course of that interview, and I'm going to be, which is my fashion, people who know me, I'm just going to be straight up front about where we are here and how we got here and the confusion around this article. In the midst of the interview, and it was going along sort of normal, if you will, I don't have a tape, but I suspect the reporter does, and in the midst of it said, well, I want you to know that I've talked to one of your party strategists, who I can't name, but tells me that there's an unofficial, a wink and a nod deal to make sure that C-12 doesn't become law, doesn't carry, doesn't move. Well, that caught me flat-footed. Because I had heard no such thing from anyone. However, I have been around long enough, and have been in government and in opposition, I've been around long enough to know that sometimes decisions are taken at higher levels up the food chain than me, and we're not always notified quite as timely. So I'm sort of dancing a little, thinking, well, maybe there's something going on, and I don't know about it. And then I said as much to the reporter, but I said, to the best of my knowledge, and all I can do is reflect where the elected caucus is. Unnamed, unknown, confidential party strategists I don't know about. The position of the NDP on C-12 as an elected member, as the elected caucus chair of the Ontario caucus within our federal caucus, and as a member from Ontario, I can tell you that we are supportive of C-12 getting to committee so that we can do the work that needs to be done. Nothing changed. Well, I said that. And then, I didn't know quite how the article would turn out. And then I looked at it, and the whole article is about what the strategist said in the background. Now, I know I'm wading into waters that I'm going to regret, because, thanks a lot. Go ahead, good friends from across the way, holler. You just don't mess with someone else's profession. And, we interact with reporters, but it's not our world, not our profession. But I have to tell you, the comments from the elected people, while in some cases may not have been as clear as one might hope, they certainly didn't reflect that headline, and it certainly didn't reflect what these so-called party strategists were talking about. And that's what sort of disturbs me. I want to make sure I get this in. I'm actually glad in the long run it happened, because it did bring about debate. But I'd feel a lot better about it if we'd actually gotten to a vote and got it to committee, so that when we return in the new year, we were landing ready to go, ready to start working at committee. As it is, I don't know where we're going to go. But what I do know is that if there's an NDP strategist out there that's saying different than I am right now, then come out of the shadows and come into the public and put your comments forward, because those are not true. And I found it disappointing that because then what happened was, of course, given the importance of this issue in our country, then there was an avalanche of articles where, of course, people took that starting point as the gospel and then moved from there. And quite frankly, we all got dumped on from all the four parties, because the message was out there that there was this secret deal by backroom folk to make sure that the bill died. And I'm just putting on the record right now for the NDP that there is no such position, no such wink and a nod, no nudge nudge. The fact is that we desperately, and I say that, we desperately need to get this bill to committee. And ultimately, we've got to get it enacted. There are 30 members of Parliament who aren't here, who should be representing Canadians and speaking for them just as we are. And the reason they aren't is because collectively, and it's the government's fault they're the lead, but collectively we haven't found a way to change the law to allow that to happen. And so here we are, last few minutes of the last day. Normally you put sort of unimportant things here, you shoehorn them in. My sense is the government brought this in today so that they could put forward words about how they want to make this move forward. But again, in the absence of a vote, it really doesn't mean much, other than it's now on the, if you will, the political agenda of Canadians, especially those Canadians in Ontario, Alberta, and BC, who are waiting for their right to democracy and fairness and representation in this place to be delivered to them. And Speaker, we're the only ones that could do that. And that's why I asked the question of the bloc. Because I do believe that if we could get this to committee, given the importance, we will be forced to find a way to have common ground to get this through so we can get those MPs in this House doing their job on behalf of the Canadians that have yet to elect them. We believe in the NDP that the issue around Quebec ought not be such a huge matter. It's sort of the second part of what we already did with the declaration. And we fervently believe that one of the medium and long-term goals of all of us from outside of Quebec is to continue to try to create the conditions. There's limitations. I'm not suggesting that it's just write a check and let everything go. But at the end of the day, if we truly want a united Canada, all the provinces have got to be signed on to the Constitution. And in this country, that's not going to happen at the end of a gun, and it's not going to happen through any kind of coercion. It will only happen if the people of Quebec decide in their hearts that their future is with Canada as federalists as opposed to sovereignists and an independent Quebec. And that's the battle. And so it seems to us in the NDP that it's only fair that if we're going to go as far as we did on that motion earlier, that we at least lock in that relative weight. You know, this is a culture that's trying to survive and surrounded by umpteen 100 other cultures and beyond our borders too. And we're proud of what that means for Canada. So anyway, that to us ought not be such a big deal. It looks like it's going to turn into that. It's a shame. I did appreciate, I want to emphasize the positive remarks of the, I believe it's the House Leader for the bloc. He offered up, I think, some constructive tone and opportunity as well as his other concerns. My words, not theirs, but I did not sense, and when I did use the word, I wasn't corrected by the member, that they're not looking to be obstructionist about this, that they recognize the need for Ontario and Alberta and BC to get these extra seats so they're properly weighted and represented in this House. But they want to do it in a way that makes sure that it's not the slippery slope so that 50, 75, 100 years from now, they're down to a fraction, percentage-wise, if theirs isn't one of the provinces that grows in population. We don't know what those numbers are going to be. So we're in a bit of a spot here. I'm glad we're debating it. Unless the government, and we won't know this till we get back, assuming we do come back, as to how serious they are about this, we in the NDP will be looking for the government to put C-12 front and center when we come back, rather than tagging it into the last day in the final dying hours of the House before we break and rise for Christmas. So when we get back, I really, really hope that some of the positiveness here can be focused and that we can get a quick vote to get this to committee, because that's where the real work is. We all know that. And then we can bring in the provinces, we can bring in all the experts, we can do all that we need to do, but try to do it in a timely fashion so that we aren't just stuck here, because that's where we are. And so we look to the government, they have all the levers of power, and we look to them to correct their mistake of letting this languish for so long and give action to their words that this is a priority, that they care about the people of Ontario and they care about the people of Alberta and BC. If so, then we would like to see that reflected in government business when we return, that this is up there for debate and we spend as much time as it takes to get to a second reading vote so that hopefully we can get this to committee and as quickly as possible get our work done there and then get it back. Remember, democracy is not perfect. One of its negatives is it's slow. And So we need to recognize that as quickly as we move in each of the pieces, there's a lot of pieces that need to be dealt with. And if anybody is causing us to drag our heels at any of these stages, then this is just not going to get fixed. And quite frankly, then those headlines that were out there are probably well deserved. Because it's a minority house. It's a minority government. And everybody's talking about wanting to ensure that Ontario and BC and Alberta get the seats that they could. Everybody's pretty much treating that as motherhood. So let's find out, what are the rubs? Where's the problems? Let's try to get a little bit of grease, a little bit of oil on that problem, get it dealt with. And if the Bloc is not going to vote for this on second reading, no matter what, fair enough, that's their right, but that's not the majority of the House. We can still get it to committee where we can deal with their issues and all the other issues. But that's only going to happen, Speaker, if the government puts the bill on government business in a timely enough fashion that we can actually do the work. So I'll leave it there and look forward to any comments and questions from colleagues.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Minister of State for Electoral Reform.
Very good. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, what we see here is the Federalist parties wishing this to go to committee as soon as possible. The member talked about some sort of secret deal. Certainly, there wasn't any secret deal with the Conservatives or the Liberals. Have said there wasn't one with them, and the NDP have said there hasn't been one with them. The Bloc says there wasn't one with them. So obviously there has been no secret deals. Otherwise, it would be a super duper secret because nobody knows about it. So it's still, and it would still be secret. So I think we can move on from that. And the NDP member said that he wants to deal with this bill as soon as possible. Then will the member agree to allow for or vote in favor of time allocation when it comes to reducing the amount of time spent debating on the Bloc amendment? Will the NDP support time allocation? Yes or no? If the answer is yes, great. If the answer is no, it demonstrates the NDP are disingenuous in bringing this bill to committee.
The Honourable Member for Hamilton Centre.
Well, you know, I'm awfully disappointed, Speaker. The minister's starting to play games here, and it's the last thing we need right now. I'm not going to give him a definitive, and he knows that. The minister is just, I don't know exactly what the minister's doing. If the minister's asking, are we ready to move as quickly as possible, that second reading to get it to committee, I'm standing here right now and over I've said on behalf of this caucus, yes, we are prepared. We are not going to drag anything out. We will participate in whatever debates are necessary. We're going to give respect to any caucus that introduces motions. We'll do all of that. But at the end of the day, the government should try to do something other than either ignore Quebec or try to come in here with a great big bat and force everybody to do what they want. Why can't the government, why won't the minister take an approach of cooperation, of collegiality, of trying to find out where we can work together? You know, we can't afford a you win, I lose in this. This is about building Canada. We need a win-win-win. And the win-win-win is only going to happen when there's an attitude of respect for each other and each other's positions and thinking, rather than coming in here and ordering that it's either going to be a yes or a no and we're going to ram it through and we're going to cut off debate. And that's the kind of stuff that drives Canadians nuts.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Burnaby Douglas.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for his very impassioned speech in support of electoral reform, democratic reform here in Canada. As the chair of the NDP's British Columbia caucus, I want to say how important this legislation is. to people in British Columbia. We want to make sure that the folks in British Columbia have the appropriate representation in this place so that British Columbians' views can be appropriately represented to the rest of Canada, to all of the parties here in the House of Commons. And it's very important that our population is represented here in this place. Now, he also mentioned that changing the electoral map, that adding these seats in British Columbia, is only one piece of the electoral reform puzzle. And he's talked about the other things that New Democrats have strongly argued for, things like abolishing the Senate and things like the importance of proportional representation. And I wonder if he could just say a few words about the importance of proportional representation, that's something that should also be on the agenda of this Parliament to ensure that we have real democratic reform here in Canada.
The Honourable Member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his comments and his intervention. And again, I think that any of the Ontario, BC, Alberta members are going to speak about the importance to them. So whether you're from those provinces or not, it behooves all of us to find a way to get this resolved. That's our major message here today. With regard to the direct question about proportional, Speaker, if we had proportional representation in this House, we would have a much fairer House that does better reflect the political will of the Canadian people. And I'll give examples. Given the amount of votes that the Liberals, for instance, got going west of Ontario, they ought to have more seats because there were enough people who voted for the Liberal Party and their candidates that the numbers would ordinarily dictate that they should have that representation here. We could say the same thing about the Conservatives. There are parts of the country where they get enough votes to have a meaningful, significant share, but not enough to win the seat because of the first past the post. Of course, the NDP, we have the same thing, and the Green Party. There's enough Canadians that are voting for the Green Party that there ought to be at least a couple of MPs here to reflect that point of view. So this is not about just the NDP worrying about the NDP. It's the NDP looking at Canada and looking at our electoral system and saying we can do better, and proportional representation would be better.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for St. John's East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was wondering a minute ago how Hansard will record the gurrs of my colleague on this issue. So I look forward to seeing that. But I did want to ask him a question. I know that this bill or this effort has been around for some time, and I understand there were 3 separate, different versions of this. Why does he think there's been this kind of delay that we've experienced since the bill was first introduced in April, but also 3 different versions of it? Can he comment on how this can be, and how serious is the government about this if they can't seem to get it right?
The Honourable Member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you very much, Speaker, and I thank my colleague. A really critical question in terms of the process and why we're here. And it speaks to, this is the 3rd version of this bill, it speaks to the lack of consultation on the part of the government. I mean, if the government had done their job and talked properly to the provinces and had talked to the other parties here in this House, we'd have a lot clearer idea of where everybody is from the get-go. But the government didn't do that. The government once again followed their usual heavy-handed, our way or the doorway, and that's why we're at this point. And now we're here in the 3rd version where we're sort of stuck. We're ending the year having a debate, and that's good. We get to put our position forward, and it gets us a little closer to 2nd reading. But without a vote at 2nd reading to get this to committee where the real work will happen, it's all but meaningless. And so a lot of the problem we're in is not just the complexity of the issue, and that's a part of it, but the government's heavy-handed approach to everything they do, the lack of respect, the lack of a recognition that other people have a point of view, that the provinces have an opportunity and have something they want to say and express here. If the government had done that ahead of time, it would have been a lot easier for the Commons to be able to deal with this in a more expedited fashion, which brings us all the way around to the question of, is the government really serious about doing this, or are they just dancing, trying to find ways to justify not making it the law of the land?
Questions and comments? A very short question. The Honourable Minister of State.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Obviously, the rhetoric from the gentleman is off, but we expect that from the NDP. The bottom line is we would like to have this move forward. Will the NDP help the government deal with the issue of time allocation, which will be necessary to deal with the obstructionist block amendment? And by the way, lots of consultation has gone on for this bill, and let's get it to committee and continue the process. But we need the help of the other Federalist parties to bring it forward and move it forward. Are they going to help?
The honourable member for Hamilton Centre has just a little less than a minute to respond.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, our position here is to help Canada have the kind of governance structure that reflects what they are entitled to and what they need to have a proper, modern, functioning democracy. That's what we're interested in. I'm not going to engage in any kind of gamesmanship with the minister about shutting down debate and who's going to gang up on who. Let's just focus on the fact that this is about Canada. It's not about any of our caucuses. It's about the importance of having a democracy that works and is strong and is up to date, and it's not right now. And in a minority government, it's going to take all of us working together to correct this and move it along. And the attitude and approach that the minister's taking is exactly the opposite of the kind of leadership we need on C-12.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Wellington Halton Hills.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's my honour today to rise to speak to, I understand the amendment is in front of us from the Bloc Québécois to defeat this bill at second reading. So it's my honour to speak to that amendment today and to the broader bill behind the amendment, Bill C-12, the Democratic Representation Act. My party is supporting this bill. The Bloc clearly is not. And so my comments today, Madam Speaker, are directed toward the Liberals in this House and the New Democrats. Before I begin, I want to tell you, Madam Speaker, that I'm splitting my time with the member from Edmonton, St. Albert. This, my colleagues across the aisle, this is one of the most important pieces of legislation introduced into this House of Commons in the last 10 years. It is so important because it ensures compliance with a fundamental constitutional principle, and that is representation by population in this chamber. The idea in the Constitution is that this is the people's chamber, and this principle is fundamental to democracy, an essential element of the Canadian Constitution. Representation by population is the notion that all Canadian citizens are equal, and they all should have an equal say in who governs this country. It is fundamental to our system of government. It is a founding principle of Confederation. In fact, it was the war cry of George Brown, who is the leader of the Liberal Party of Canada from 1857 and post-Confederation to 1873. He fought for that principle in the United Province of Canada and subsequently in Confederation, and it was on that agreement, in part, that Confederation was forged. Today, however, we have gone a long way from that founding constitutional principle. The gap between how many voters an MP represents in a fast-growing province like Ontario, like Alberta, like British Columbia, has never been bigger. The gap today is bigger than at any other point in this country's history since 1867. Under the current formula that the seats have been distributed in this very chamber, we have reached a point where the difference between the fast-growing populations in provinces like Alberta, British Columbia, and Ontario, and the difference between those more slower-growing regions has undermined the very principle of representation by population. For example, an MP in this House from Ontario, BC, and Alberta represents, on average, 26,000 more Canadians than an MP in the other 7 provinces. Now, Madam Speaker, I acknowledge 2 other constitutional conditions on representation by population: the senatorial floor and the grandfather clause. The senatorial floor ensures that there must be at least as many members in this chamber from a particular provincial division as there are senators represented in the next chamber. The grandfather clause in Section 51 ensures that in no circumstance can the number of MPs in any provincial division fall below the number of MPs that that provincial division had in place in 1986. And while the Constitution contains these two conditions on representation by population, the essential element is there, and the essential element is clear and overwhelming, and that is that this chamber should be representative of the population of each provincial division. The current situation may very well be unconstitutional. In 1991, the Supreme Court of Canada ruled on proposed changes to the electoral boundaries in the provincial division of Saskatchewan. And the court stated, and I quote, "A system which dilutes one citizen's vote unduly compared with another citizen's vote runs the risk of providing inadequate representation to the citizen whose vote is diluted. The result will be uneven and unfair representation." End quote. When MPs from faster, larger growing provinces representing tens of thousands of more constituents than their colleagues from smaller provinces, it's a violation of the fundamental constitutional principle of representation by population. It's also a denial of a voice for new Canadians and for visible minorities. The fact is, Madam Speaker, the fact is that when you look at the 30 most populous ridings in this country, more than half of them have greater than 25% visible minority populations. The fact is that these 30 largest ridings are disproportionately from Toronto, Calgary, Edmonton, and Vancouver. And those ridings are disproportionately made up of new Canadians and visible minorities. Denying these new regions, rapidly growing regions, new seats, is to deny new Canadians and visible minorities in particular a voice in this chamber. The new Canada is growing, the new Canada needs a voice, and the new Canada wants in. And this is where the Democratic Representation Act comes in. By bringing faster-growing regions closer to representation by population in the House, Bill C-12 will restore the balance in this chamber. By adding seats to faster-growing regions, the gap in average riding populations in the country will be reduced. And to my New Democrat and Liberal colleagues, the longer we wait to make these changes, the more difficult and more politically tenuous they will become. The longer we wait to address this inequity, the more difficult it will be to achieve politically, because the gap will only continue to grow. Population projections confirm this. The GTA, the region from which I represent, the GTA has 8 million people. It is going to grow by 50% in the next 20 years. The Greater Toronto Area will go from 8 million Canadians to 12 million Canadians by 2031. And the same story can be told of Vancouver, Calgary, and Edmonton. The number of visible minorities in this country will also continue to grow. In fact, Statistics Canada recently released a report and said that by 2031, 1 in 3 Canadians will be a visible minority, up to 14.4 million citizens. Madam Speaker, the effects of this imbalance are very real. They are real for Canadians in faster-growing provinces whose voices are not in this chamber and whose voices are not represented here and whose voices are not as heard strongly as they should be. By allowing underrepresentation to continue, we are sending a signal to these Canadians that their interests are not as important as those from other regions of the country, and that they somehow count for less. This act strikes a good balance between providing fair representation for those slower growing provinces and recognizing the galloping heterogeneity of the new Canada. It recognizes the demographic realities in faster growing regions of the country. Madam Speaker, I want to encourage my Liberal and New Democratic colleagues to support this bill, to defeat the amendment on the floor in front of us, and to restore this fundamental constitutional principle, representation by population. Provinces like Alberta, British Columbia, and Ontario have experienced significant population growth. and that trend needs to be reflected in the makeup of this House. Under this bill, all other provinces and territories will have their seat counts protected and will continue to enjoy better representation than the 3 faster-growing provinces. They will continue to be better represented in this House than the 3 faster-growing provinces. This Act strikes a good balance between the different interests across the country and restores a fundamental constitutional principle. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the Honourable Member for his speech. There's very little with which I would disagree. In fact, I thought he was supremely articulate about the necessity to redress the balance among the provinces. I've listened to the representative of the Liberal Party, my honourable friend from St. Paul's. I've listened to the honourable member from the Democratic Party, and the 3 Federalist parties. Doesn't actually seem to be much daylight among their various positions. There's a recognition that some inequities will inevitably occur, particularly with PEI in the territories and things of that nature, and some niggling around Quebec. But by and large, there doesn't seem to be all that much disagreement. So and he said that this was, if not the most important, certainly one of the most important bills that's been introduced to this House. So it seems to me, Madam Speaker, and I direct this to the minister, to the former minister, that there would have been a lot less heat about this bill, and possibly a lot more light, had there been some preliminary discussions with the various parties, so that the differences could have been narrowed and dealt with in a bill. So I'm interested in his comments on that.
The Honourable Member for Wellington Halton Hills.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, I think the government has consulted outside of this chamber on this bill. In fact, I commend the government for listening and for being able to take into account various views outside of this chamber. I note that the government in a former parliament introduced Bill C-22. And at the time, there was much criticism that while it brought Alberta and British Columbia's numbers up, it didn't do the same for Ontario. The government listened. And as a result, we have C-12 that's been introduced, and it takes into account that criticism, and all 3 provinces will be lifted to the same extent in terms of their proportionate representation. With respect to consultations with other parties in this chamber, that's what this whole process is for. We are debating this today. We are consulting today. There is a chance for parties to move amendments. The Bloc has moved an amendment in this chamber, which I don't agree with, but there's an opportunity for members to be consulted at committee and to propose amendments and to further improve the bill.
Questions and comments?
The Honourable Member for Jean Lebert. A very brief question, please. Fine. I listened to the speech of my colleague. At least we can say that he is coherent because he is among the very few members who voted against the recognition of the Quebec nation. So I do not find that his speech is inconsistent. The Quebec nation doesn't exist, in his opinion, so he doesn't feel that any particular protection should be provided it. But doesn't he agree with me that, with regard to his colleagues who did recognize the Quebec nation, isn't there an inconsistency when people say that the Quebec nation exists, but there is no provision under this bill to protect that nation?
Je veux dire merci à mon collègue du Bloc québécois. Je pense que cet enjeu, c'est un enjeu constitutionnel. C'est un enjeu une idée.
It is an idea whereby all regions should have the same representation in this House of Commons.
Particular issue. I think this is that is not something that is in the Constitution. The recognition of nationhood, but the principle of representation by population is a key constitutional provision, as the Supreme Court of Canada has indicated in its 1991 ruling, where it spoke about the need to ensure that there is no large gaps between the different regions of the country in terms of their representation in this chamber.
Last question, very briefly, the Honourable Member for Burlington, 30-second question.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate the comments from my colleagues.
very learned on this topic. My question is, because I know he does his research, the amendment from the bloc is to end this discussion completely. Do you have an understanding of, from rep by pop by province, do Quebecers expect rep by pop in their own province for provincial legislations, or do you have are you able to comment on why?
I'll have to allow the honourable member from Wellington Halton Hills to respond very briefly.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think all Canadians, including Canadians living in Quebec, understand the principle that this chamber should be representative of the population across the country. Canadians in Quebec understand that. They're fair-minded, they believe in equality, and they believe that this chamber should be the people's chamber.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Edmonton St. Albert.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's certainly a pleasure for me to rise to speak in favour of Bill C-12, the Democratic Representation Act, and to speak against the bloc amendment that would prevent it from going any further. Madam Speaker, the bill proposes a formula that would address the representation gap in the House of Commons affecting provinces with faster growing populations. Our government, Madam Speaker, is taking a principled approach. This bill, if passed unamended, will increase the number of MPs for faster growing provinces to bring them closer to representation by population while protecting the current seat counts of slower growing provinces. Under the current formula, Madam Speaker, for readjusting seats in the House, my province, the province of Alberta, has become significantly underrepresented despite a population surge in the last 2 decades. However, the Democratic Representation Act recognizes the growing populations of Ontario, of BC, and of Alberta by providing additional seats for the provinces on a principled basis, ensuring that all residents are fairly represented in this hallowed chamber. Madam Speaker, I support this bill. I support this bill unamended because it guarantees provinces such as mine, it guarantees provinces whose populations are in relative decline, that's not mine, that those provinces will not lose any seats. All members in this place would like their provinces to have as much representation as possible. That's only natural. But we also have to look at the national interest by ensuring to the greatest extent possible that Canadians have fair representation no matter in what portion of Canada they live from coast to coast to coast. Madam Speaker, the need to balance effective representation of smaller provinces with the demographic realities in faster growing provinces has underpinned each formula for distributing seats in the House ever since Confederation. On the one hand, historically we've recognized that each province should have a number of seats in the House that roughly reflects its population relative to the rest of the provinces. But on the other hand, we acknowledge that smaller or slower growing provinces need to have sufficient weight in this House to ensure that their voices are heard in decisions affecting the entire country. Madam Speaker, my remarks today will look at the historic evolution of the constitutional formula for distributing seats in the House of Commons. Constitution Act of 1867. Madam Speaker, the Fathers of Confederation agreed that the House of Commons should reflect democratic principles of representation, or rep by pop as it is colloquially known. Accordingly, the Constitution Act 1867 gave Quebec a fixed number of 65 seats, with the other provinces receiving the number of seats in proportion to their population that 65 represented in relation to Quebec's. This calculation was based entirely on the concept of rep by pop. Each province received the number of seats it deserved based on its share of the Canadian population. However, from the beginning it was recognized that situations might, and in fact did arise, where it would be necessary to break away from the principles of pure rep by pop. For example, there was a rule in the 1867 Constitution that stated that no province would lose seats unless its population had decreased by 5% or more relative to Canada's total population. Shortly after Confederation, new provinces entered the Confederation. And when the new provinces of Manitoba and British Columbia entered in the early 1870s, they received a number of seats much higher than they would have based on pure rep by pop. This was an early example of Parliament recognizing that each province required a number of seats to have an effective say in the governance of this country. For example, the province of British Columbia joined Confederation with 6 seats in 1871, when its population at the time would have resulted in only 2 seats. BC continued to have 6 seats protected thanks to the, quote, 5% rule, unquote, I mentioned earlier, until the significant population growth in British Columbia resulted in more seats in 1903. Then there was the senatorial clause. Apart from the core seats that were allocated when new provinces entered Confederation, the formula for readjusting seats essentially stayed constant until 1915. At that point, Madam Speaker, a new rule was added to the Constitution, which provided no province could have fewer seats in the House of Commons than it had in the upper house. This new Senate floor rule came about after Prince Edward Island lost its court challenge seeking a larger share of seats in this House. Prince Edward Island strongly maintained it should have a minimum number of seats in the House, regardless of its population, to ensure it could effectively participate in the governance of this country. Although Prince Edward Island lost the court challenge, the province won a political victory in 1915 when the Constitution was amended to guarantee its seat count would never fall below the limit of 4 members of Parliament. There have been other changes in the formula, Madam Speaker. The constitutional formula was again changed in 1946 and then again in 1952 in an effort to guarantee a level of representation for Saskatchewan and Quebec, which had both seen relative declines in their population. The 1952 amendment created a new rule, Madam Speaker, where no province could lose more than 15% of its seats it had under the previous census. Finally, in 1974, a very complicated formula, the amalgam formula, was adopted, and I hope nobody during the question period asks me to explain it. But the amalgam formula applied different rules for allocating seats in the House depending on whether a province was large, intermediate, or small. While in theory the amalgam formula was designed to protect provinces with decreasing relative populations, it was soon discovered that applying the rules to the results of the 1981 census would have led to a huge number of new MPs being added to this House. So the current formula, Madam Speaker, because of the problems with the amalgam formula, the current formula was adopted by Parliament in 1985. The 1985 formula starts with a fixed number of 279 seats, which was the number of MPs in this House in 1985. And those seats are allocated among the provinces based on their share of the Canadian population at that time. This basically mirrors the rep by pop principle in the 1867 Constitution Act. Next, the Senate floor was applied to ensure that no province received fewer seats in this House than it has in the upper house. Finally, the grandfather clause guarantees all provinces receive, at a minimum, the number of seats they had when the new formula came into effect in 1985. The seat top-up, Madam Speaker, provided to some provinces represent the belief of the Fathers of Confederation that every Canadian deserves to have an effective voice in the governance of their country. Ironically, the very rules meant to protect the representation of smaller and slower-growing provinces have caused the faster-growing provinces to become underrepresented. Because of these distortions, the distortions created by the current formula, MPs in Ontario, British Columbia, and myself representing Alberta, on average represent 26,000 more constituents than MPs in the remaining provinces. Madam Speaker, this balance between effective representation and demographic reality, which our predecessors saw as so essential to Canadian democracy, is now being threatened. The underrepresentation of people in faster-growing provinces will grow worse each time the current formula is applied, unless Parliament acts now. So in conclusion, Madam Speaker, the Democratic Representation Act will bring Ontario, British Columbia, and Alberta closer to representation by population while protecting the current seat counts of the remaining provinces. The new formula is principled, fair, and will not cause an undue increase in the number of members of Parliament in the House of Commons. Madam Speaker, I sincerely believe this solution balances the rights and expectations of all Canadians. As members of Parliament representing every part of this country, it's our responsibility to ensure our democratic institutions are inclusive and representative. Bill C-12 will go a long way towards achieving these important goals. So I encourage all members of this House to vote against the block amendment and pass C-12 unamended as expeditiously as possible. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Charlottetown.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the member across for his comments. They were certainly well researched, they were thoughtful, and they were very reflective on this issue. But I have one curiosity which I would ask the member to address, and that is, given the importance of this bill, the previous member stated in his opinion that it was the most important bill to come before this House in 10 years, and as such it would deserve the discussion of this House, discussion in committee, and probably consultation in the general public. But I don't think we've heard from this bill since at least April. It's the government House leader that decides what are the legislative priorities of the government, and here we are 125 minutes before adjourning for the Christmas break, and we're having this bill. So my question to the member across, and again I want to thank him for his very thoughtful comments, but any reason why this bill did not receive any priority from the government?
The Honourable Member for Edmonton St. Albert.
Well, as the Honourable Member can appreciate, the decisions of what bills get debated in what order are made at a pay grade significantly above mine. And that being said, I haven't been here for 10 years, so I can't even comment on the Honourable Member from who preceded me whether or not this is the most important bill in the last 10 years. I've only been here for a little more than 2 years. So I'll say this much, Madam Speaker. This is an important bill. My constituents, the constituents of Edmonton St. Albert, and there was a reference made to a Globe and Mail article that appeared a little over a week ago. And when that article appeared, my phone rang and my email box was filled with constituents from Edmonton, from St. Albert, other places of Alberta, who encouraged me in the strongest of possible terms not to abandon C-12, and as the Minister has said, there was no plan to abandon C-12, but nonetheless the rumors are out there, and to pass it as expeditiously as possible. That's why I'm standing today. That's why I'm encouraging all members to proceed expeditiously with this bill, vote down the block amendment, and get this bill to committee ASAP. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member, the Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Well, Madam Speaker, there are a number of pressures today which erode confidence in democratic systems generally, and certainly in Canada, though we have a great democratic system, there are those pressures. One of the founding fathers of the democratic movement 250 years ago said that his greatest concern was that democracy would one day collapse under the weight of its constituents' demands. So that's certainly something we have to keep in mind. But one of the greatest demands of constituents is a sense of equality in their voting power and in their voting privilege. And of course, no government and no Prime Minister has done more to recognize Quebec as a people and a nation than this government and as this Prime Minister has. But the fact remains that as parts of the country continue to grow in population, significantly British Columbia being one of those, the weight of those voters in BC has been diminished. And there are other constitutional items, as the member from Edmonton St. Albert has already outlined, that reach out and try to address some of these issues in provinces that are losing population. But I wonder if the member could tell me in calls, certainly, that he's having, if he's had an opportunity to reflect, are there some means that we should be using to communicate to Canadians in parts of the country where their population is diminishing, that in fact what they are witnessing is the ongoing evolution of demographic shifts here, not a diminishing of anybody's constitutional right to vote? Should there be some measures that we are taking to reach out and to pointing out the other constitutional provisions in areas of the country where the vote by numbers is diminishing somewhat?
The Honourable Member for Edmonton St. Albert has just a little less than a minute to respond.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd certainly like to thank the President of the Treasury Board for his comments and for also for his question. And he's quite right. Certainly, populations and demographics distribute over time, and there are ebbs and flows with provinces. I grew up in Saskatchewan. Saskatchewan has seen relative declines in its population over periods of history, and then it was been relatively stable for about the last half century, and now we're seeing some population increases as a result of the significant economic growth in that province. But certainly, with respect to modern communication and the ability to phone and email members of Parliament from any part of the country, I think all members of this country can be represented, certainly by their own member, but also by other members of this House of Commons. So I believe that this bill is fair, it's a reasoned approach, and it ought to be passed unamended. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Madam Speaker, I believe that the government is actually sending mixed messages in regards to Bill C-12. If you take a look in terms of what it is they're saying, on the one hand, they're trying to emphasize how important this bill is to see this bill pass into committee and ultimately through the process to become law. Then on the other hand, one can reflect on the fact that they've been in government for a number of years. Many would argue too many years, but that's another debate for another time, Madam Speaker. But I would suggest to you that even if you look at in the last session here, this bill, from what I understand, has been before the House for a number of months. I understand till back in April. Yet today is the first day in which members are afforded the opportunity to be able to participate in second reading. So one has to question in terms of the rationale and why it is that it's before us here today. I think that most, if not all, members would recognize the importance of democracy and the way in which and the manner in which members of Parliament or other parliamentarians are in fact elected. And I think that there is a responsibility. And this is where I'm really disappointed in terms of the style and the approach of the government in dealing with this particular issue. There is a responsibility for ministers to do their homework. And I don't believe the minister here has done his homework, Madam Speaker. There is responsibility for the minister to work in terms of consultation, to work in terms of trying to build a consensus. I would ultimately argue that there is different types of legislation that will come before a House. One of the types of legislation, such as the one that we have before us today, is something that should be done in a more apolitical fashion, Madam Speaker. There's the government, whether it's the House Leader or the Minister, should have been in discussions and having dialogue with members of all political entities inside the chamber to get a better understanding in terms of how we should be moving forward in order to be able to achieve the type of consensus that's necessary in order to make the changes that are going to be beneficial for all Canadians, Madam Speaker. And I would ultimately argue, had the government approached it in that sort of a fashion, that there would have been a higher sense of cooperation amongst the different political entities inside the House of Commons. In fact, Madam Speaker, if the minister had done his homework, as I believe he should have, I suspect that bringing the bill here today and asking in a couple of quick hours to see the bill ultimately pass and go into the committee stage would have, in fact, been that much more achievable. And I would also recommend that there are those aspects of legislation that the government does need to think twice about before bringing into the House in terms of the type of work that has been done. And as I say, whether it's C-12 or reforms to our electoral laws, that there is an onus of responsibility for the government to work with all political parties to build on that consensus. And I think that is a point that's really been lost out. Madam Speaker, I had the privilege of having to work on electoral reform, Senate reform, in different capacities. In fact, I was a part of an all-party task force just over a year ago that dealt with the whole issue of Senate reform. And what was interesting, it was actually something that indirectly was mandated through the current Prime Minister. And the reason why I bring it up is because, I think that there was a great deal of merit in terms of the way in which Manitoba initially attempted to deal with the issue. We recognized that given the very nature of the issue, that it was important that we as legislators go and meet with the public. In fact, Madam Speaker, we had set up public meetings all over the province of Manitoba. We put together a committee of individuals. I happen to be the one representing the Liberal Party, and we went into these different communities to hear firsthand what it is that the public had to say about the whole issue of Senate reform and what role Manitoba would have to play in it. Well, I would suggest to you, Madam Speaker, that the government would have done well if it would have, in fact, had something of a similar approach, where you work with the political parties and you seek to get opinions and thoughts in terms of what it is Canadians really have to say about legislation such as this. And, you know, I think that it's good to draw upon some of the comparisons. For example, Madam Speaker, the whole issue of, well, why is it that one province has X number of senators, while another province, which has a far greater population, only has X number of senators? There seemed to be some injustice there. And you know, the public as a whole within the province of Manitoba recognized that. And it was great to be able to get the feedback in terms of what real people had to say about that particular issue. And I would suggest, because I listened very carefully to members in particular from the government caucus and the Liberal caucus in regards to the whole rep by pop. You know, and in theory, yes, rep by pop is a great way to go. But you know, we are a nation of different regions, and I think that we have to be sensitive to the constitutional history of our country. I think that we have to be sensitive to the needs that our different regions have, the uniqueness of all of our provinces, including the province of Manitoba, to PEI, to the province of Quebec and British Columbia. All provinces are unique in their own ways, I would ultimately argue, Madam Speaker. And in listening to the presentations that we received from the public as a whole in regards to this issue, what I found was that the public was very sympathetic to those arguments. That yes, they understand, and then the principle of representation by population was a positive thing, but they were also, like what I believe a majority of Canadians would be, Madam Speaker, and that is sympathetic to the rationale that was being used to try to justify the numbers. It didn't mean that they agreed with the numbers, but it meant that they were open to some sort of fluctuation. And Madam Speaker, I would suggest to you that Canadians as a whole are very reasonable people. And the government had nothing to fear by bringing the issue and working with opposition parties, by listening to what the public actually might have to say. And I realize that there's been a great deal of reluctance from this government to engage the public. You know, it always amazes me when I reflect over the by-election and the different style of leadership within the Liberal Party, where we have a leader that's prepared to go out and get engaged with people, whether it's town hall meetings, whether it's internet town halls of sorts, and just getting out there and into the community, unscripted, compared to that little glass bubble that the current Prime Minister seems to be in, and the amount of control that he insists on. And I suspect maybe it was the Prime Minister's office that maybe instructed the current minister, no, don't go out and consult with the public, because we might not want to hear what they have to say. We have our script, and this is the script that it has to be. And, you know, I think this is a comment that I believe that is very clear with the Harper government, or the current government, Madam Speaker. And that is that it's like, here's the course we're going to go. Doesn't matter what is actually happening and the reality of what people have to say about legislation that the government is talking about. They're just determined that this is the direction that we have to go. And that's why I'm thinking, you know, in listening, and I respect what the government members had to say when they were saying that this is an important bill. But what's really lacking is the need or any sort of recognition that the Canadian people have a role to play in terms of providing input. I don't believe that they've factored that in, Madam Speaker. There's other things that ultimately the government could have done. At the end of the day, as I say, if you're not prepared to have that all-party type of working group where you're going into the communities to get the feedback, you can just work with the different political parties and try to get that consensus. And this way, at least those other political entities have the option to go and do the consultation. Consultation, which I believe is critically important when you're making changes of this nature. And that's, in my opinion, a lost opportunity. And I find that that's unfortunate. Because had you taken advantage of that opportunity to go out and consult, and again, I'll go back to the task force. When we would go into the community, what often would take place is that the media would take an interest, and then there's a report that comes out through different media outlets. So people are better informed. They're kept more into the loop in terms of what it is that the legislators were actually talking about. So there was no big surprise at the end of the day, Madam Speaker. And this is an opportunity that ultimately the government caucus has lost. The opportunity to be able to go out in a fair fashion, an open fashion, a town hall potentially type of fashion, and engage people so that at the end of the day that there would be a better understanding in terms of what it is that we're trying to do. Instead, Madam Speaker, it's almost as if they wanted to try to build on wedge-type issues, issues that will cause division. And that causes concern because I don't believe that that's in the long-term national best interest, Madam Speaker. I would have much preferred a government that was prepared to work with the parties inside the House of Commons, to work with the public in dealing with bills of this nature. When you talk about representation, it's one of those fundamental pillars of our democracy. And I would have anticipated, I would have expected better from the government of the day. And I'm disappointed, Madam Speaker, that they didn't do their homework. And to add insult to injury, to come in one day after waiting, and I think one of my colleagues was saying 160 days or April or whenever it was, Madam Speaker, and then just expect that everyone's going to give the Conservative government kind of like a pat on the back saying, good job. Well, Madam Speaker, we know that the government has dropped the ball in terms of doing what it could have done to really improve democratic reform in the country. In fact, this is a very important issue. But I can tell you one of the great challenges that we have as parliamentarians is to try to get more people engaged in the democratic process. I had an opportunity a number of years ago, as in a different type of a task force, to deal with democratic reform at the grassroots level. And there were some interesting things that came out of that. If we want to have a healthier system, we should be looking for ways in which we can have healthier systems. And one of the recommendations that was brought forward was the idea of trying, for example, to allow individuals to be able to vote in malls. Generally speaking, it was felt that you need to make voting more accessible. And in the last provincial election, that is in fact what was done. Elections Manitoba allowed for people to vote in areas where people were going to be, to make it more convenient. And Madam Speaker, the system worked. People appreciated that fact. And there is so much more that we can be doing in order to try to make our system that much better. Ultimately, one could argue that there is no such thing as a perfect system. I would argue that. There is no such thing as a perfect system. You know, I think Winston Churchill once commented in terms of just how ugly it is overall in terms of how the parliamentary system works, but at the end of the day, it was the best system in the world. And, you know, I believe, as I believe many do, that you need to stand on guard in protecting. Look at ways in which we can make our system work better. Look at ways in which we can improve the system. Look at ways in which we can engage people, Madam Speaker. The more we engage people in processes like this, the more interest they're going to have, the more they're going to want to be participants in the process. It always saddens me in terms of the number of young people that, for whatever reasons, Madam Speaker, do not get out to vote. And I think that there's so much more that we could be doing in order to get younger people engaged in the system. I suspect if you took a bill of this nature and you brought it to a university campus, or you brought it into a town hall atmosphere and you invited young people to participate in the process of saying how, when, what kind of representation do you want in our country, that you would have young people getting engaged, wanting to be able to participate in the process, Madam Speaker. And that's what we're missing here. You see, the government doesn't see the value of getting engaged with the public. And that's why it is that, you know, when I look at a bill of this nature, sure, it's good to see legislation that recognizes a need, and we're trying to address that need, but we can do so much more, Madam Speaker. And this is what it is that I'm hoping to be able to contribute to the debate for, to encourage the government to step outside the box, step outside of the Prime Minister's office. You know, that there is more than just, and I don't know, Madam Speaker, if I can say Harper Way. I know you can't use the name. I withdraw that, Madam Speaker. But, Madam Speaker, you have to get out of that way. And you got to start thinking of ways in which, you know, how can we better serve Canadians as a whole? And that means it's engaging. And this is the type of legislation that I believe we should have engaged. This isn't some type of legislation that a political party has the right to hijack, to say that we're the only ones that understand democracy and the way in which it works, Madam Speaker. All political parties have a vested interest in making sure that we have the best system in the world, at looking at ways in which we can improve upon it. And the government was wrong not to engage the different political parties. The government was wrong not to engage the public. And because of that, Madam Speaker, I suspect that the legislation is not as good as it could have been, or as good as it should have been, Madam Speaker. And that's the reason why, I look across and I try to give a sense of an appeal, a personal appeal to the government members. That when they look at legislation or bringing forward legislation in general, but this one I'm a little bit partial on, but in general, that they have to look at better ways at getting people involved in the process. The time goes by so quickly, Madam Speaker. That means 2 minutes, I take it, yes. Madam Speaker, you know, I guess in wanting to conclude my remarks, I would challenge the government to give serious thought to how it is that we're going to be able to improve the wonderful system that we currently have, and to approach it with an open mind. By approaching it with an open mind and working within the system, and then engaging the people of our country, that we can make and improve the system that we have. Let's never take it for granted, Madam Speaker. You know, one of the most touching things that I've ever experienced was one day inside the Manitoba Legislature where we had some vets behind as we were in front giving speeches. You know, it's the vets that gave us the right to be able to be where we are today. And we should never take it for granted. And when it comes to issues such as this, I believe it's very important that we do the best we can at providing the best type of legislation so that we can all feel good about the democracy in which we live in and feel very proud to be a part of this chamber, as I am, I must say. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Wellington Halton Hill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The government has consulted. The government introduced in the last Parliament Bill C-12, which gave Ontario 10 new seats, British Columbia 7 new seats, and Alberta 5 new seats. There was much criticism from stakeholders, the opposition, the public about that bill. The government reintroduced the bill and made modifications based on those consultations. And so now Ontario will get 18 new seats, British Columbia 7, and Alberta 5. So the government has consulted. As far as consulting the members of this House, that's what this public process is all about. That's what second reading is about. That's what committee work is about. This is part of the public consultation process. So this is part of the process, and we value the opposition's input. Madam Speaker, I have a question. Very simple question. Is the Liberal Party of Canada going to support Bill C-12? And if it is not, what is it going to say to all those new Canadians, those visible minorities who are underrepresented in this chamber? There's only 20 members of this chamber that are visible minorities, when there should be 60. And in 20 years, 1/3 will be visible minorities. Only 20 members, 6% of this chamber, is visible minority. In a population, in a country where 20% of the population is, what is the Liberal Party going to say to those new Canadians and those visible minorities who want a voice and a new Canada that wants in?
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Well, to the Honourable Member, the Liberal Party supports democratic representation. The Liberal Party supports the need to be able to engage people. The Liberal Party supports the need and would have loved to have seen more of a sense of cooperation in dealing with this particular piece of legislation. Second reading, and I'm very familiar with the purpose and why it is we have second reading. It provides us the opportunity to be able to provide some direct input. There's no doubt about that. But I'm not naive. I understand the benefits of a critic approaching a caucus or a House leader approaching a House leader and saying, hey, look, here's the type of thing in which we want to move forward on. To be able to work with opposition parties in advance, to take a look at bills that should be done in an apolitical fashion and doing them in an apolitical fashion, as opposed to bringing a bill and saying, here's our thoughts, and then try to say, well, any other changes have got to be done through amendments. The consultation that you made reference to, well, what consultation did you do in Manitoba, Saskatchewan, Newfoundland, PEI, any of the other provinces? Who did you actually consult with?
Order. I would ask all honourable members to direct their comments through the chair rather than directly to other members. Question et commentaire, l'honorable député de Chambly.
The Honourable Member for Chambly-Bourgeois. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, I'd like to welcome our colleague from Winnipeg North. I'd like to welcome him, and I'd like to congratulate him on his eloquence. And he gave a very good speech, but I hope he'll understand why we're voting against C-12. Now, why so much eloquence and then end up on the Conservative side? But there's some very important things he said in his speech, and one of the things that he said several times was how necessary it is to consult the people and to reflect the position of other parties in this House. And he's quite right. One of the parties, our party, which represents all Quebecers, because the National Assembly of Quebec on 3 occasions voted unanimously so that this bill would not be passed in the House of Commons. So that is the mandate of the National Assembly, and also we represent 2/3 of Quebec members, and we're against it. So on the basis of this, and on another element, and I'll conclude with this, but it's an element that was very strong in his speech, it's how necessary it is to reflect Canada's diversity. Now, for Quebec, which has been recognized as a distinct society. It's even more important. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
I appreciate the comments very much. Thank you. Madam Speaker, legislatures from across Canada at times no doubt pass unanimously different forms of resolutions, and I think there's a responsibility of the House of Commons at least to listen to what is being said and ultimately to do the homework. I have respect for the Bloc Party in the sense that there is a great number of Canadians that have supported the Bloc, and as such, I do respect. I respect all opinions that will come before the legislature. Having said that, sometimes I would have to agree to disagree, and having said that, I would welcome the opportunity to do consultations in the province of Quebec on opportunities of important pieces of legislation. I like to think that we're all inclusive, and much like the province of Manitoba, Quebec, we all have a very important role to play, and I've always acknowledged the important uniqueness of the province of Quebec, a province in which I believe I shouldn't say I believe, I have ancestry to. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the member for his speech on regarding C12. And I have to say that I've been listening to this member for 20 years, and I thought I left him in Manitoba, but now I think I'm going to be listening to him for another 20 years. And he has certainly got a wealth of experience being part of a caucus of at one time 20, and then 7, and then 2, and then probably 1. He's been in all sorts of roles, and the fact of the matter is that it's a different environment here, because the all-party committee process of Manitoba started with Gary Filman and involved all the party leaders. And anytime there was a controversial issue, anything from Meech Lake to Charlottetown to smoking issues, the leaders put this off to a committee, and they managed to solve the issue. And I've been mentioning to this government now on many, many occasions, but it's not resonating here. But I'm certainly familiar when he talks about it. In terms of second reading, the fact of the matter is that in Manitoba, when we go to second reading, we allow any member of the public to make a 10-minute presentation and answer a couple of questions. We don't exclude anybody. That isn't the way it works here. They invite experts only. So when we send this committee, build a committee, which we should do, get it off to committee, they're not going to invite all the members, all the people in the public that the member thinks would show up, that he's used to seeing for the last 20 years. Not at all. The witness list will be very limited, and it will be experts only. So that's a big change for him to get used to. But anyway, I just invite a response from him on this matter.
The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
I thank the member for the question. You know, it's kind of a novel idea. You look across other jurisdictions and you see something that maybe has worked and appeared to work somewhat effectively. Why not adopt it? And I suspect that there's many things that the Manitoba legislature could learn that take place here in the House of Commons, and I suspect there might be the odd thing that the House of Commons could learn from the Manitoba legislature. And I would suggest to you, at the end of the day, Madam Speaker, we should always look at ways in which we can improve the system. And when you do that, you have to ensure that you have all parties working together when you look at things such as changing rules, look at things such as issues of Elections Canada, your auditor's office, and things that are truly supposed to be independent. And I thank you for the question.
A brief question. The honourable member for Burlington. He has the last question, but very brief.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I will be brief. I haven't had the opportunity to meet the new member from Winnipeg North, and obviously from the previous member and this member, verbal skills are something that they train in Winnipeg North, so welcome to the House of Commons. Just a really quick question through you, Madam Speaker. I want to ask this Liberal member whether they will support the time allocation aspect request that we're making on this bill so we can get it to second reading. So I need a response if I could get one. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Well, member for Winnipeg North.
Yeah. You know, having been here, I think, for 2 weeks, Madam Speaker, I don't want to claim to know all the rules as of yet. I would have to, in essence, take that kind of as notice of sorts. But, Madam Speaker, I think that the Liberal Party does support the need for changes.
And I'll leave it up in the most capable hands of our House Leader to be able to work with the government House Leader so that, from the Liberal Party's perspective, the right thing is in fact done. Thank you.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Chambly-Bordua. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today, both my colleague and I have a responsibility today, a very heavy responsibility, but we are simply transmitting an opinion which people in a great majority agree on in Quebec. And Conservative members from Quebec here and Liberal members from Quebec who are here are not reflecting the will of the Quebec people, because on 3 different occasions the National Assembly voted to have this bill not passed in the House of Commons. So, besides the Quebec National Assembly, which I repeat is made up of 125 members and voted unanimously, and we in the Bloc Québécois, we represent 2/3 of Quebec. But as my colleague, the member for Joliette, said, what we see are the unfortunate side effects of this bill, its unfortunate consequences, because it would take away from Quebec a very significant political weight. So C-12 is a bill on democratic representation which would amend the formula provided for having to do with the number of seats in the House of Commons, and this after 5 census. So this would bring us to proportional representation, a kind of proportional representation which would be respected in some provinces but not others. And we understand there are already provinces, for example, Prince Edward Island. It has a very small population, but we accept the fact that they have a certain number of members. They have a certain number of members, and they represent sometimes less than 50% of the members that we have in our ridings, including the riding of my colleague, the member for Winnipeg North. But we accept this because we know that there are geographic regions which have to be represented by by what I will call a representative college. But this cannot be limited. Geographic representation cannot be the only one, because if we went by that rule, even if we would have to have more members from Quebec, because there are ridings. I'm thinking, for example, of Gaspésie-les-Îles, which is bigger than Israel and many other countries. You have the whole north of Quebec, Abitibi, Innu, etc., and there are whole countries that would fit into that region. So we think that this criterion is important, but if we were to maintain it, Quebec would have a lot more members than it has now. And this is recognized for other areas, for example, because we took note of the fact that when you look at a province as such, there's a kind of electoral college. You need an electoral college sufficient to represent the people. Now, I don't know if my colleagues are following me, but we have to maintain this criterion for certain regions, but not for all regions. Now, can we use other criteria? Well, of course we can. There are criteria which are unique for parts of the country when we're talking of Canada as a whole. Now, we want our own country, Quebec, but in the meantime, we live in Canada and are under the Canadian Constitution. So we have the right to representation, which should reflect the unique character of Quebec, which is based on language, because we do have that particular aspect. And also, we are one of the founding nations. And also, there was an offer made at the beginning of a confederation as to how seats would be distributed, and we were not supposed to have less than 25% of the seats, which is hardly an exceptional number, but that would be a level sufficiently representative in terms of the Electoral College so that we could represent the geography of Quebec and the particular character, the unique character of Quebec. So you have the Canadian nation and the Quebec nation, and it took decades to have the Quebec nation recognized in this House, but once it was recognized, we realized that it meant nothing to the Conservative government. Not only did it mean nothing, but they wanted to go on the offensive and to decrease Quebec's political weight in the House of Commons. And here we have an example of this. We have C12, and I believe that my colleague before me, I wasn't here when he spoke, but I'm sure that he said we have to have more seats for provinces whose population has grown significantly. But we want that there be maintained a rule of representativity which would respect Quebec's geography and unique characteristics. So there is an amendment that I'm going to read here which says this. It's a motion. It's that this House refuse to give second reading to Bill C12 having to do with democratic representation, because this bill would decrease unacceptably the political weight of the Quebec nation in the House of Commons and does not provide for 25% of elected members in the House be from Quebec. That's our motion. Now, Madam Speaker, I see colleagues here who are looking elsewhere, who are sighing with impatience. And what this shows is the indifference that this government in particular has towards Quebec. Because what I'm talking about is not only what they do, but their attitude. Their attitude with respect to the will of our colleagues in other parties to not take into account the two bases of Quebec's right to 25%. That is what's in the Constitution, and also our unique characteristics and our geography. The Conservative government brought in a motion in 2006 recognizing the Quebec nation. But since then, they have been systematically attacking the Quebec nation and have done really nothing to make concrete, to show concretely that they recognize the Quebec nation. What they're doing with this bill is something that would marginalize Quebec. It seems that the Prime Minister wants to continue to decrease our political weight in the House. And of these seats that we have, it would go down to only 21%, 21.4%. Now, the Prime Minister promised an open federalism, But what he is offering is a federalism that would muzzle us. I don't think we can say this enough. When we're talking about a bill which is supposed to increase democracy, what we see is that in the debate, they are denying the expression of democracy as formulated by the Quebec National Assembly. Quebec's National Assembly unanimously asked that Bill C-56 would be withdrawn, and that was the bill that preceded this one.
That is, that all elected officials of the National Assembly of Quebec, including the 49 members, plus the 49 members of the Bloc Québécois, that is two-thirds of the elected officials in the House of Commons, called for the withdrawal of this bill. That's 47% of the elected officials of the Quebec nation are calling for the withdrawal of this bill. So, Madam Speaker, I would like to emphasize this once again. It is completely ironic to claim to want to broaden and strengthen democracy in other regions of Canada, and then to deny the democratic expression of Quebec, that to the tune of 87% of those elected officials. There's something quite unacceptable about this. So that is why we are going to constantly repeat that this bill must be rejected and that the amendment to it must be adopted. Madam Speaker, I don't know if you know Mr. Benoit Pelletier, who was the minister in the cabinet of Premier Jean Charest. He's a federalist. So Mr. Pelletier was the Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs, and he expressed the following position on May 17th of 2007 when C-56 was being debated on the radio show Maisonneuve en Direct concerning the number of seats in the House of Commons. He said the following, and I think that this may interest my colleague over there, in fact, in case she wanted to intervene. I am very sensitive to the fact that the House of Commons is based on proportional representation. However, I wonder whether there might not be a special protective measure that could be put in place for Quebec because it represents the main linguistic minority in Canada. It is a founding province of Canada, and it is currently losing its democratic weight. So why could Quebec not receive special accommodation linked to its status as a nation and its status as a linguistic minority in Canada? So, Madam Speaker, I think that and I'm saying, I'm just quoted the words of a man who is a federalist, a constitutionalist, and I think that sums up his position, a very eloquent position that reflects the position of most elected officials in Quebec, and that is the National Assembly. But here in this House, it's as if that didn't exist at all. There is only one opinion, and that opinion is based on a concept of federalism in which you believe or else you simply don't exist. So either you believe in federalism or else we're going to bring you into a dead end where you have no further power to make any kind of expression that would change things, and it is in that kind of dynamic that we find ourselves today, Madam Speaker.
Suite au vote des conservateurs et des...
Further to the vote of the Conservatives and the Liberals against the Bloc motion, that this bill not be adopted, the National Assembly of Quebec unanimously adopted a third motion. And because we hope that Quebec's voice will be heard at some time. On April 29, 2010, reaffirming that Quebec as a nation must be able to benefit from special protection of its democratic weight in the House of Commons, and calling on all elected officials in Ottawa not to adopt any bill, not just this bill, but any bill that would reduce the demographic weight and the representation of Quebec in the House of Commons. And another poll taken April 7th of this year indicates that 71% of Quebecers were against this bill, and yet that 85% of Conservatives were for it. So for Canada as a whole, only 37% of respondents said they were in favor of this bill. So once again, a majority of Canadians are against this bill. And the Conservatives and the Liberals claim to be putting forward a bill that will strengthen democracy, Madam Speaker. So this debating is held by denying democracy itself, by denying the results of the expression of Quebec's population and the majority of the expression of the rest of Canada. So, as I said, Madam Speaker, they are simply trying to reduce Quebec's presence in Ottawa to its simplest expression, to reduce Quebec's demographic weight. Madam Speaker, I will not be able to go through all the arguments I have here since my time is fast running out, but I would remind you that the government did recognize the existence of the Quebec nation, but it's not following up on that recognition. It refuses to recognize that Quebec has a language, French. It continues to use its power, all of its powers, to try and I'm having a bit of trouble with this word, but I guess I would say to make Quebec bilingual. It wants, it wants those federally regulated employees not to have to respect the Charter of the French language. That's what this government is trying to do, which is one of the most important political measures. But the government doesn't mind not complying with this. It refuses to recognize the sustainability of our culture. It continues to promote multiculturalism. The Canadian government is refusing to recognize us as a distinct society because Quebec is a different nation. The government of Canada is refusing to envisage that Canada might develop its own radio telecommunications commission so that it could see to our own broadcasting issues. And it is also refusing to limit the federal spending power in areas of Quebec jurisdiction. So, Madam Speaker, how much do I have left? Time do I have left? 1 minute? Thank you. So, how does it manage to impose its will in this regard? Well, there are Conservative MPs from Quebec who refuse to respect Quebec institutions, and it's truly a shame. It's absolutely appalling, and I will come back to that in the question period regarding something said by the member for Lévis-Bellechasse. So in closing, I wish all citizens of Chambly-Bortua and their families a very, very happy holidays and a happy new year. All the best in 2011. May they find happiness, and I wish the same to my colleagues in this House, and I would be happy to answer any questions and comments.
On a point of order, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, yesterday in question period, a Liberal MP faulted the Conservatives for the lack of a pre-budget report this year. I would like to state that the Conservative members of the Finance Committee do want to complete this pre-budget report and table it in this House. Conservative members of this committee will make themselves available in late December and early January for as many meetings as are necessary so that this report can be completed. I am therefore requesting unanimous consent to move the following.
Here's the move.
That notwithstanding Standing Order 83.1, the Standing Committee on Finance be authorized to present its report on pre-budget consultations no later than January 19th, 2011. And when that report is deposited with the Clerk of the House, it shall be deemed to have been duly presented to the House. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
On the same point of order? Okay. Before this point of order, does the honourable member have the unanimous consent of the House to propose this motion? I hear some nays. The honourable member, unfortunately, does not have the unanimous consent. Order, please. Order. Order. Order, please. Order. On a point of order, the honourable member for Wellington, Halton Hills.
Questions and comments.
On a point of order? No. Okay. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Wellington, Halton Hills.
J'ai écouté mon collègue.
I listened to my colleague from the Bloc. I think his position is very coherent, but I do not agree with that position.
He stated that Quebec is, the provincial division of Quebec in this House of Commons is guaranteed 25% of the seats. And I want to know where in the Constitution that is indicated. If you look at the preamble of the 1867 Act, it says that Canada's Constitution should be similar in principle to that of the United Kingdom. And in the Westminster Parliament, in the House of Commons in the United Kingdom, its representation by population is a fundamental principle. Section 51 talks about proportionate representation. In other words, that the provincial divisions represented in this House of members should be proportionate to their populations as part of the Canadian whole. And third, the Charter in Section 1 talks about a free and democratic society, and Section 3 talks about the right to vote. And I put to the member, you can't have a proper right to vote if your vote doesn't count in the same way that votes in other parts of the country count. So my question is, what part of the Constitution guarantees Quebec 25% of the seats in this House?
The Honourable Member for Chambly-Bourduas. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. First, I would like to thank my Conservative colleague for his question. He has allowed me to specify. He is absolutely right. This is not stated word for word in the Constitution, but in all legislative forums like ours, there are conventions that are recognized, and if he reads speeches that have been made, he will find that there have been conventions to respect that minimum, the 25% threshold. But he is absolutely right with regard to what is actually written. Now, before, there used to be what we call the principle of fair play, which existed, but that has often been reneged on here in this House. We saw that with the colleague who brought forward his point of order during the period of questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Honoré-Mercier. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would urge my colleague to show some trust. It's not because that this bill is bad for Quebecers, that it's an attack on Quebecers. It's simply that this bill is ill-conceived because it doesn't take into account Quebecers. I just think that the opposition, that the Conservatives didn't do their job. They're not attacking Quebecers as such. But what I want to know is that given that this bill decreases representation of Quebec, would the member be open with us to adopt a bill that would strengthen the Conservatives' bill to make things better for Quebec? The honourable member for Chambly-Bolduc. Madam Speaker, that is a very serious question. We can't play around with things like that. Number one, that offer has never been made to us. The member for Winnipeg North mentioned it very eloquently in his own speech. The beginning of my colleague's question sends shivers up my spine, Madam Speaker, because often some people say, well, I'm going to take something away from you, but it's for your own good. And that's sort of what his question sounds like. I'm sure that wasn't his intention. But something is being taken away from us, and to try and make us think that it's for our own good, well, Quebec has unanimously said that that's not so. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Alfred Pellan. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to commend my colleague from Chambly-Bolduc for his excellent presentation. On the opinion of Quebecers regarding this bill, he has showcased the issue of the Quebec nation that was recognized here in the House of Commons in 2006. I was one of those people who was very proud to see that for once our Parliament officially recognized the fact that Quebec formed a nation within this great country that is called Canada. Now, I would like to hear what he has to say. Doesn't he think that this policy should be maintained within Canada with regard to the proportion of members who are represented in the House of Commons? The honourable member for Chambly-Bolduc. Well, I would like to thank my colleague from Alfred Pellan. He does excellent work for his constituents in his riding. This question may be it's a curious one because we may think that it goes without saying, but my colleague knows full well that it's something that has to be underscored frequently. There is a recognition through words, and then there is recognition through acts. And since the existence of the Quebec nation was recognized in words in 2007 by this Parliament, there has been nothing done to make that into reality. The member has, there is at least one colleague opposite. He has said that he is against it, but he is honest about it. He's been frank. It may insult us, but at least he has been frank enough to be to have been consistent in his approach. But what about the other people who voted for the existence of the Quebec nation? What were they thinking?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
I do apologize to my colleague in the House of Commons. Mr. Speaker, given that second reading amendment moved to C12, an act to amend the Constitution Act 1867, democratic representation, earlier today makes it virtually impossible to send C12 to committee without the use of time allocation, I would like to advise that an agreement could not be reached under provisions of Standing Order 78.1 or 78.2 with respect to the second reading of Bill C12, an act to amend the Constitution Act 1867, democratic representation. Under the provisions of Standing Order 78.3, I give notice that a Minister of the Crown will propose at the next sitting a motion to allot a specific number of days or hours for the consideration and disposal of proceedings at this stage. Thank you very much.
Order, please. Order. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Kitchener-Conestoga, as the time is running short, I would ask for a very brief question for the Honourable Member.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I don't think anyone in this chamber
or any Canadian watching this could possibly miss the irony of the speech that we just heard. On this side, we believe that to the greatest extent possible, every Canadian's vote should carry equal weight. But the irony, Madam Speaker, is that if this party had their way, they would have no representatives in this House at all. How can he stand and say that it's fair for a member in a riding like mine, 120,000, to have the same weight as someone in a riding that has 35,000 members?
Good point. Good point.
L'honorable député de Chambly-Bordua.
The honourable member for Chambly-Bordua, you have 30 seconds to answer this question. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will try to respect that 30-second limit if my colleague wants to listen, because if we applied what he has said, then there are provinces that would be reduced to one member. And now they have 4. So there are provinces, such as Prince Edward Island and New Brunswick, that have a higher representation. And that's fine. So if he follows his logic to the very end, and if he had followed my speech like he should have, he would have understood the geographical representation and the specific features that apply to the nation, to the Quebec nation. The honourable member for Chambly-Bordua will have 2 minutes remaining during question period, for the question and answer period at a certain moment. Member statements.
Aurora.
Madam Speaker, Armand Labarge, one of York Region's greatest community leaders, has retired. He leaves behind a stellar 37-year policing career with York Regional Police, the last 8 of them as chief. His contribution to our region is immeasurable. Under his watch, York Region has become one of Canada's safest communities. And his legacy is reflected in the actions he has taken towards improving the quality of life in our community. He took community policing to new heights. York Region now has a Chiefs Youth Council, a Youth Opportunities and Leadership Camp, and the Community Safety Village. Armand Labarge will be remembered for his passion, his professionalism, and his tireless dedication to his community. Under his leadership, the motto, "Deeds Speak," has spoken loudly. Madam Speaker, I invite all my colleagues to join me in congratulating Armand Labarge on a job well done.
Well done. Order. The honourable member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour.
Madam Speaker, Rob Gascoigne is back at the rink and at the gym with his kids. Major Robert Gascoigne was serving as officer commanding the Tactical Air Control Party in Kandahar since April, part of his exemplary 24-and-a-half-year military career. Mr. Speaker, we all know the tremendous sacrifices made by our serving CF personnel and their families. Spouses like Kathy, they manage the families, they keep their jobs, they keep the crazy schedules, they drive the kids to everything, and they stay optimistic and productive, all the while waiting for the family to be reunited again. This is done with little complaint. I know all members of this House will join me in thanking all of our Canadian military families and wishing them a fabulous and well-deserved Christmas. For those who are currently serving, we pray for their safe return and hope they have a wonderful Christmas together next year. To the Gascoignes, to Rob, to Kathy, to Josie, to Malcolm, who's playing some great hockey these days, and Clara, it's great to see you guys together for Christmas. We thank you and all military families for what you do for Canada. And Rob, it's great to see you back at the rink. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member. The honourable member for Chambly-Bordua. Madam Speaker, I am pleased to speak today in the House to congratulate family caregivers on their wonderful work. Natural caregivers provide precious care and support their loved ones when they most need it, whether it is a child or a relative who is struck with illness or is disabled. The role assumed by family caregivers is generous and humanitarian in nature. It involves major sacrifices in terms of health, personal, and social life. In this period of the year, my colleagues in the Bloc Québécois and myself want to underline the courage shown by family caregivers. We invite all members to work together to find solutions to reduce the workload on our natural caregivers, and of course to do so this within the provincial and federal jurisdictional limits.
Order. The Honourable Member for British Columbia Southern Interior.
Mr. Speaker, the outcome of the recent Canadian Wheat Board Directors election proved once again that farmers are overwhelmingly committed to maintaining a strong Canadian Wheat Board. 4 of the 5 successful candidates are strong supporters of the CWB single desk marketing advantage. I hope this House will join me in congratulating Stuart Wells, John Sanborn, Alan Oberg, Kyle Kornichuk, and Henry Voss. Mr. Speaker, farmers have made it pretty clear that they don't appreciate the Conservative government's relentless attacks against their venerated marketing board. I would suggest that it is high time that they show some respect for prairie grain farmers, and they can start by immediately dropping the gag order, prohibiting the board from advocating for a single desk, instructing our negotiators at the to take the wheat board off the table in the Doha negotiations, making it abundantly clear to the EU that our board will not be traded away at CETA, moving quickly on the CWB's latest initial price request. Mr. Speaker, I urge the Prime Minister to get off the farmers' back once and for all and let them make their own decisions.
The Honourable Member for Calgary East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As we wind down this year, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the constituents of Calgary East and the support throughout the year they have given to me. I have had the honor of representing Calgary East for nearly 14 years. Although 14 years have passed, I am still committed in defending the interest and the representing my constituent as and when I was first elected in 1997. I wish to recognize all the volunteers that have worked tirelessly to improve their community. I also would like to thank my countless friends and supporters from all across the country who have assisted me in performing my duties. As I reflect on this year, I would like to also thank my staff in Calgary and Ottawa. Their dedication has enabled my office to meet the expectation of the constituents and Canadians alike. I would also like to extend my appreciation to my family who have shown patience and understanding for me, in particularly my wife, Nina. Mr. Speaker, I would like to wish happy holidays to all of you. Merry Christmas, Happy New Year to all of you.
The Honourable Member for Beausejour.
Mr. Speaker, the fall session for university students across the country is ending. In my riding of Beausejour, students from Mount Allison University are finishing their exams and preparing to hand in their term papers.
These students have the opportunity to learn in one of the best universities in the country.
Proven when Mount Allison University in Sackville was once again named Canada's top primarily undergraduate university. I say once again because it's the 14th time in the past 20 years they have received this prestigious award.
I know many members of the teaching and other personnel, and I know how proud they are of the work they do.
This award confirms, Mr. Speaker, what many of us already know. Mount Allison University has outstanding students, world-class professors, staff, and researchers, and a well-deserved reputation for excellence. To Robert Campbell, the president of Mount Allison University, and to the Chancellor, Peter Mansbridge, I say congratulations for a job well done.
Honourable Member for Vegreville, Wainwright.
Most Canadians know that lowering corporate taxes leads to more companies expanding, new businesses moving to Canada, and therefore to more jobs for their children, friends, and neighbours. That is why this government has lowered these taxes by more than 30%. Lower personal taxes leaves more money in the pockets of Canadians to pay down debt and, who knows, maybe even buy some Christmas presents. That is why our Conservative government has lowered personal taxes by more than $3,000 per family of 4. Well, why then is this opposition coalition proposing higher job-killing corporate taxes and higher personal taxes, including, Mr. Speaker, a $75 iPod tax, some Christmas present? Is it that they're not in it for Canadians, they're just in it for themselves? Or is it that they simply can't kick their addiction to big spending? Canadians should be very careful that they don't accidentally end up with a job-killing group of pickpockets after the next election, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Mr. Speaker, on May 5th, Bill C-288, proposing a tax credit for new graduates, was supported by the majority of members of the House of Commons. For the second time in less than 3 years, it got to the Senate. However, since it has been there, it has been debated only twice. But Bill C-288 would help thousands of young students who want to study and remain in designated regions, some of those in economic difficulty. The Conservative government is taking advantage of the fact that it controls the Senate and it is dictating its will. The Conservative government may oppose a certain measure, but it is unacceptable if it recommends the Senate not to debate C-288. This is a contemptuous attitude, and the democratically elected parliamentarians should not be held up.
Interlake.
Mr. Speaker, it is with great sadness that I rise today to acknowledge the passing of the Honourable Sterling R. Lyon, former Premier of Manitoba. This distinguished Canadian proudly served the people of Manitoba for over 40 years. His remarkable career saw him succeed in many diverse roles, notably as a Crown Attorney, a member of the Legislature, an Attorney General, a Leader of the Opposition, a Premier, and as a Judge on the Manitoba Court of Appeal. Mr. Speaker, Sterling fulfilled all these roles with great leadership and accomplishment.
Yes, he did.
Among other things, Sterling will be remembered for his firm belief in fiscal responsibility and prudent public investments. Over the years, his achievements and legacy have benefited his constituency, his province, and all those who are privileged to work with him. His compassionate commitment to public service is a strong example to our youth in Manitoba and across the country. Mr. Speaker, I wish to extend our thoughts and prayers to his family, as well as the Manitoba PC Caucus and party members at this time. I offer them our sincerest condolences as they mourn his passing and celebrate his remarkable life.
Hear, hear. Honourable member for Etobicoke. The Honourable Member for Etobicoke North.
Mr. Speaker, the scientific evidence is mounting regarding CCSVI. More clinical trials are about to begin in the United States, and Saskatchewan, New Brunswick, and Newfoundland are taking action. More important, neurologists are quietly admitting their patients are improving. Canada needs clinical trials for CCSVI that are undertaken in multiple centres across our country, and should be tracking the progress of Canadian MS patients who felt forced to seek liberation treatment overseas in a registry for efficacy, improvements in quality of life, and side effects. Very quickly, we could have more answers regarding patients' progress at 1, 3, 6 months, etc. More important, no Canadian should be denied follow-up care here in Canada. It is unconscionable, unethical, and clearly a breach of do no harm. Cancelling of appointments and mandatory tests, denial of treatment, and threatening of patients must stop.
Yes. The Honourable Member for Richmond.
Mr. Speaker, 2010 has been Canada's year. We had the Vancouver Olympics and Paralympics, Canada's Games. Our athletes won more gold medals than any country has ever won at a Winter Olympics. That's right. We hosted back-to-back gatherings of the G8 and G20. We took the lead on child and maternal health, fiscal consolidation and deficit reduction, and financial sector reforms. We made real progress with Canadian solutions leading the way. Our Canada's 143rd birthday, Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth was joined here on Parliament Hill with 100,000 Canadians. What I'm most proud of is our government's success in steering our country through the worst global economic crisis since the Second World War. Canada's Economic Action Plan is creating jobs and strengthening our communities. Mr. Speaker, what a great year it has been for Canada, our gold medal country.
Hear, hear. The Honourable Member for Sudbury.
On streets and shopping malls across the country, a very familiar sound is being heard, the trademark bells of the Salvation Army's annual Christmas Kettle campaign. The campaign helps the Salvation Army provide direct, compassionate, hands-on service to more than 1.6 million people in Canada each year. Of course, this important campaign wouldn't be possible without the help of thousands of volunteers who donate their time to collect donations at kettles across Canada. Next week, I'm happy to do my part and help ring the bells at a kettle in Sudbury. Local businesses in my great riding of Sudbury have also been instrumental in raising awareness and funds for this cause. One of Sudbury's radio stations, Kix 91.7, is hosting their annual Nickel Drive Radiothon tomorrow, and they'll be auctioning off donated items with 100% of the money raised going directly to the Greater Sudbury Salvation Army. Many thanks to Kix and other community partners who make Christmas a little brighter for those in need.
The Honourable
The Honourable Member for Lévis-Bellechasse. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. 2010 has been Canada's year. Vancouver hosted the Olympic and Paralympic Games with the Quebecer Alexandre Bilodeau taking the first gold medal. We won more gold medals than any other country in the history of the Winter Olympic Games. We also hosted the G8 and the G20. We have led with an initiative on maternal and child health. Even the Queen Elizabeth II, came to Canada to celebrate with over 100,000 Canadians. But what I am most proud of is the success of our Conservative government in steering our economy through the worst world economic crisis since World War II. Between 2000 up to 2011, we will create many more jobs. This is a wonderful year, and I want to wish everyone Merry Christmas. The Honourable Member for Chicomouti-Liffieur. Yesterday, the Conservative government, the Conservative members, every one of them, including those from Quebec, voted against Bill C-429 on the use of wood in federal buildings, turning their backs on Quebec's interests and the forest industry. The Liberals and New Democrats were divided, yet they had unanimously supported this initiative in the past. Not only did the Conservative members from Quebec not defend Quebec's interests, they don't even understand those interests. It is disappointing to see all Conservative members vote against C-429, which is a green initiative that would have helped the Quebec forestry sector and improved this government's record in the area of energy with new investment. The forest industry, as well as those that work in it, can count on the Bloc Québécois, which will never give up. The election judgment will come quickly enough.
Member for Cape Breton Cancel. Order.
Mr. Speaker, 'twas the night before Christmas and all through the House. The government was tired and bad need of a rouse. Nothing been done since the Christmas before, like the wishes of Parliament they chose to ignore. They spent borrowed money and drove up the debt, $20 billion alone for a single-source jet. Wasting taxpayers' dollars through tough fiscal times, spending billions for prisons on unreported crimes. They squandered surpluses Liberals left in this place. Their mess would make Mulrooney turn red in the face. They've stuck it to seniors, to students and vets, spent millions on a fake lake, and showed no regrets. But there were some Canadians whose spirits were lifted, like contractors in West Block, whose contracts were gifted. With a wink of the eye and a brush of the nose, an old Tory hack was the builder they chose. Our finances are grimmer, our world perception weaker. They've been more naughty than nice, wouldn't you agree, Mr. Speaker? They've shown no compassion, no heart, and no soul. All they deserve Christmas morning is a big lump of coal.
The Honourable Member for Abbotsford.
The Bloc Québécois and the NDP have confirmed what Canadians have known for a long time, namely that they will try to form a coalition government after the next election. That coalition would be led by, you guessed it, the Liberal leader. The Bloc leader confirmed in his year-end press conference that his party is open to forming a coalition with the Liberals and the NDP. And the NDP leader did the same thing in his year-end press conference. Mr. Speaker, the actions of the coalition parties this fall further prove what we've been saying all along. The coalition is alive and well, and it's dangerous. The coalition parties have delayed a bill which gets rid of pardons for violent criminals, They're working together to introduce a $75 iPod tax. They want to give employment insurance to parents of criminals. And they're promising to defeat our Conservative government's efforts to prevent human smuggling. Mr. Speaker, the coalition is very real, and Canadians have every right to be afraid.
Oral questions. Questions orales. The honourable member for Wascana.
Mr. Speaker, 15 days from today, more than 400 long-term disability pensioners from Nortel will be cut off their benefits. They'll be destitute, quite literally out on the street. But it doesn't have to be that way. This Parliament is sovereign. Where the law is deficient, the government has the power to fix it. The member for York West has legislation ready to go to save long-term disability pensions. Will the government agree to deal with this matter before they begin their Christmas holidays later today?
The Honourable Minister of Industry.
Mr. Speaker, we look forward to having a chance to review and examine this legislation. Just as it was tabled today, it would be premature to comment on its specifics, but I can certainly say to this House and speak for all members of the House in expressing our deepest sympathies for the recipients in question. There is no question that this is an unfortunate situation. That's why our government has joined with the opposition to study proposed legislation designed to alleviate the difficulties these Canadians were facing. Unfortunately, their legislation that has already been before this House does not solve the problem.
Honourable member for Wascana.
Mr. Speaker, excuses don't help. This issue involves a choice. On one side, hundreds of ordinary Canadians who've worked hard, paid their taxes, played by the rules, and now they have the misfortune of Parkinson's disease or other disabilities. On the other side, the moneylenders, the bondholders, the big banks and the wealthy, the comfortable people who will have a very nice Christmas this year. Thank you very much. The Conservatives have made their choice. They stand with the privileged elite. How can they look themselves in the mirror knowing some disabled pensioners will go hungry?
Honourable Minister of Industry. Order.
Speaker, previous legislation tabled by the Liberals on this very point was examined by the Senate. Experts before the Senate were in agreement that their legislation would not help the very people that they purport to want to help, that it is retroactive, that it would undo a court decision and a court agreement that cannot be undone. That's what the experts said, Mr. Speaker. On this side of the House, we want to help people with real legislation and real action rather than the false hope that the opposition Liberals tend to gallivant around Christmas time, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Wascana.
The government's had a year and a half, and retroactivity is not a bad thing when the cause is right. This is all about choices, Mr. Speaker. The Conservatives could help families take care of sick or disabled loved ones, but instead they risk $6 billion on extra corporate tax cuts. They could invest in students, so everyone who gets the grades gets to go to college or university, but instead they risk $13 billion on American-style mega jails. They could help families cope with household debts and make ends meet, but instead they risk $21 billion on stealth fighter jets. Why are they so stone deaf to ordinary Canadians?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we've heard loud and clear what Canadians' priorities are. That's why we put in place an economic action plan, a 2-year plan to get Canadians back to work, Mr. Speaker. And I must share with Canadians that are watching, not everyone in this House supported that plan. Some that didn't support it now want to see it extended. We're still struggling with the thought process there, Mr. Speaker. But since July of 2009, Mr. Speaker, over 441,000 more Canadians have a job, Mr. Speaker. That's an important thing at Christmas.
The Honourable Deputy.
The Honourable Member for Hull-Aylmer. Mr. Speaker, there's been one example of obscene waste after another, and this all year. $300 million and a military base here, $1 billion at a fake lake there, $6 billion for big business, and $10 billion for mega prisons. And they can find money for ministers' whims. But when NGOs ask to have extended by a week the application date for programs to fight homelessness. The government says not possible. Why? The Honourable Minister of Human Resources.
We've done something that hasn't been done in this House in a very, very long time, and that is we made a full 5-year commitment to fund housing and homelessness. We do that with the provinces. We work together with them. We recently developed new, more accountable programs for policy to deal with the situation, recognizing that the problems can best be solved close at home. We're working with the provinces closely to make sure that homelessness needs can be addressed at a local basis where it matters most.
L'honorable député de Hull.
The Honourable Member. Mr. Speaker, the Conservative deficit has reached a record level, but its consultants, ministers and lobbyists who have profited, and the middle class is going to have to foot the bill. We've already seen this with seniors, with artists, and now with the homeless. The forestry sector's needs in terms of family care, too expensive, according to the Conservatives. But if you want to move a military base because of someone's ego and then buy sole-source jets, well, the Conservatives say they'll borrow. So where do they think their deficits come from? The Honourable Minister, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
No lessons from the Liberals on deficits, because we all know in this House how the Liberals offloaded their deficit in the 90s on the backs of provinces, Mr. Speaker.
Unbelievable.
They offloaded the debt onto the poor people and those that needed medical care, Mr. Speaker. We have promised Canadians we will not repeat the mistakes that the Liberals made in the 90s.
The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has been unbelievably insensitive to the victims of floods in Quebec by saying that financial assistance from the federal government would be limited to measures provided for in existing agreements. And yet, beyond the Canada-Quebec agreement, the government can act. I'm thinking, for example, of restoring the Shoreline Protection Program or using EDC funds exceptionally, as they've done so in the past. Christmas will be here soon. Will the Prime Minister accept to do more than the absolute minimum by restoring the Shoreline Protection Program and by using funds from the EDC to help the victims of the disaster? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I extend my condolences to families who have been affected by these floods. The first interveners have done a very good job. And if there is need for the need from the Quebec government or from the federal government, we will be happy to help. We want to make sure that the measures will apply. The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister doesn't understand. Beyond the Canada-Quebec agreement, there are programs that have already been used by the federal government in the past to help. People don't want condolences, they want action, intervention. For example, there is the Shoreline Protection Program, which was abolished in '87, but they could use it now. Let them restore this program. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, this is not a political issue. This is a problem for a region, for communities, and for families. I can understand that we will help as much as possible according to our laws and programs. The Honourable Member for Rimouski, Mr. Speaker, beyond the Canada-Quebec agreement, the government can act immediately to help people in eastern Quebec dealing with terrible weather. The government could, for example, assume its responsibility with respect to maritime infrastructure. The Rimouski needs a new breakwater, and Carleton-sur-Mer was damaged seriously. Can the government decide it will assume its responsibility and consolidate this infrastructure? The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We certainly extend our sympathies to the families and businesses that are along the St. Lawrence that have been affected by this disaster. At DFO, we are currently reviewing and cleaning up damage at all of our small craft harbour facilities and will be responding accordingly, Mr. Speaker. And as I mentioned yesterday, under our Canada's Economic Action Plan, our government has invested significant funds in small craft harbours across this country.
The Honourable Member. In 2007, when there were floods in Rivière-au-Renard, besides the assistance provided for in the Canada-Quebec Agreement, EDC granted exceptional funding to businesses and to not-for-profits. Given the magnitude of the catastrophe, will EDC not do as it did in 2007 and extend financial aid to businesses and nonprofits who have been hit by these terrible floods? The Honourable Minister of State. Mr. Speaker, this morning I spoke with people in the region with whom we are working now. The Minister of Public Safety and his department are in direct communication with his counterparts. Now, Mr. Speaker, we are congratulating everyone who has intervened. Now, Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Member for Toronto Danforth. Mr. Speaker, here we are, the last day of the session, and the Conservatives have nothing better to do than to try to make an announcement that will affect the lives of all Canadians. It will prevent them by saving more, by increasing contributions to the EI system, or rather the CPP system. Why are the governments deciding to help the financial sector rather than improving the public pension plan? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. What we have is a system which is administered by the federal government and the provinces. There are discussions underway to improve the program, and we'll continue to hold these discussions. But we have to do this together with our partners. The Honourable Member for Toronto Danforth.
Are being gouged. They're paying as much as $25 billion in fees, annual fees to the private sector managers of RRSPs. Fees on mutual funds can eat up 35% of an RRSP over its lifetime. The CPP management costs are a tenth of the private sector. This deal is great for the captains of finance, but it's a bad deal for Canadians who are trying to save for their retirement. Which financial sector lobbyist got to this government to convince them that banks and fund managers needed help more than Canadians trying to save?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure what the leader of the NDP is talking about, but their discussion between the federal government and the provinces concerning the creation of pooled pension arrangements for small business owners and for individual Canadians, Mr. Speaker. This is a vehicle that a lot of small business owners are interested in, that the provinces I know are interested in exploring, and I think this is an extremely positive development for all who are concerned about the future of the Canadian retirement income system.
The Honourable Member for Toronto Danforth.
The Finance Minister seemed to be rather clear earlier today in saying that the government was not moving forward with the improvements to the Canada Pension Plan, something that we need right now because Canadians are at record levels of household debt. Only 25% of people working in the private sector even have a company pension plan. RRSPs overwhelmingly benefit those who have a lot of money to save, but the squeezed middle-class families are having a tougher and tougher time ensuring that they're going to be able to live with some kind of retirement security. Why doesn't the government deal with the Canada Pension Plan now? Most provinces are behind it. Show some leadership. Help out the...
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Once again, Mr. Speaker,
The announcement made by the Minister of Finance today is precisely because many Canadians do not have a company pension plan. It's to allow changes at both the federal and provincial level to make the creation of a wider variety of vehicles possible. As for the Canada Pension Plan, I think all are agreed that while we will continue to look at improvements, that now is not the time for CPP premium increases. Now, Mr. Speaker, while I'm on my feet, it may be the last time in 2010, let me just take the opportunity to wish you and all members of the House a Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, Joyeuses Fêtes et bonne année.
The Honourable Member for St. John, South Mount Pearl.
720 days ago, the Conservatives promised to reform pensions within 90 days. 365 days ago, the Finance Minister told his provincial counterparts he'd get right on it. Today's announcement is that their plan is to encourage other people to get a plan. How come this government finds the money for over 9,000 signs, finds $130 million for partisan advertising, finds $12 million more for Cabinet and PMO, but can't find the resources to fix pensions?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And during our consultations with Canadians, and that would be something that I would like to stress, that we actually consulted with Canadians and what they needed, what they wanted, and what their wishes were, Mr. Speaker. And millions of Canadians may now, under this process, have access to a private sector pension plan that they did not have before. The pooled registered pension plans will increase access pension plans to many, many Canadians. The proposed plan will help self-employed, allow small businesses to team up and pool their resources, Mr. Speaker. That's what Canadians want.
Member for St. John, South Mount Pearl.
The failure and incompetence of this Conservative government is becoming legendary. One of the worst is how they're failing our veterans. They skim money from surviving family members of Agent Orange victims. They fire the last Veterans Ombudsman for standing up for veterans' rights. Returning war heroes have to use food banks and charities. Yet, the Minister of Finance can overspend his own budget by almost $500,000, and the Prime Minister's office gets millions more. When can Canada's military heroes, our veterans, expect to get some respect from the Conservatives?
Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, I'm rather surprised by what the member has said, because we are the ones who are rectifying the errors that have been made. I would remind this member her that when the Charter came into effect, there were people who did not have a right to a monthly pension because of an error in the bill. But our government is correcting this system, and soon over 23,000 people will be able to benefit, and there'll be $2 billion for veterans.
Pickering.
This government loves to try to use victims to get votes, but underneath the rhetoric, there's nothing but cuts and efforts to recreate California's disastrous prison system. They've slashed 41% from the Victims of Crime Initiative, cut more than 70% from crime prevention efforts that stop victimization before it happens, and refuse to lift a finger to get answers on missing and murdered Aboriginal women. Why do Conservatives have $1 billion for a weekend of G8 blowouts, but have nothing but cuts and empty speeches for victims?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, I find it remarkable that this individual would stand in this House and pretend to talk about victims, pretend to express an interest in victims, when his consistent pattern of protection has been in respect of criminals and how to ensure that criminals can get out on the street as quickly as possible. That individual, as can all Canadians, examine his voting record, compare it against the record of this government, and they will see that it is our government who stands for victims.
The Honourable Member for Ajax Pickering.
Oh, here's the difference, Mr. Speaker. I don't pretend. I actually base what I'm doing on facts. I take a look at what people like the former Ombudsman, Steve Sullivan, had to say about this government. Steve Sullivan said that their plan on crime did nothing for victims. Quote, that it was unbalanced, that it wouldn't work. And yet this government continues to pursue an agenda that has failed in California. It's failed in every jurisdiction it's tried.
Absolutely.
It sucks money from health care, from education, from every priority. And yet when this minister talks about things like pardons, something they said they fixed 4 years ago, something that they've been sitting on for 4 years, it's all talk, no action.
The Honourable Minister of Justice. Ordered.
The Liberal Party has had quite an agenda this fall, Mr. Speaker. They started off by wanting a crackdown on people who don't fill out the census. The next week they wanted to decriminalize marijuana. Then they pleaded that they had an aversion to the short titles of bills. And then finally they said their solution to violent crime was to call a public inquiry, Mr. Speaker. How about this as a novel idea for the Mr. Speaker? How about putting violent criminals who victimize innocent Canadians behind bars for a change? How about that suggestion?
Order. The Honourable Member for Joliette. Mr. Speaker, after Sébastien Tonnieri, 2 other members of the political staff of the Minister of Natural Resources, when he was Minister of Public Works, tried to prevent the disclosure of documents requested under the Access to Information Act. Will the Minister of Natural Resources admit that the case of Tonnieri is not an isolated one and that there is a real system in place in his department to contravene the Access to Information Act? The Honourable Government House Leader. The Access to Information Act is very clear. All department assistants and officials must obey the law and the policies. We have an independent commissioner and we await her report. The Honourable Member for Joliette. Mr. Speaker, according to the Minister, the dismissal of Tonnieri put paid to the issues around the Access to Information Act. But there have been at least 2 other attempts to get around the law by political staff, and we see that there is a real system in place. Will the Minister of Natural Resources be consistent and follow his own definition of minister's responsibility and leave? Mr. Speaker, there was an individual who presented his resignation and it was accepted. Others will have to assume the responsibility and obey the law.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Père-Boucher. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Foreign Affairs has been hiding the report from Deloitte & Touche for months. It was handed into the Committee of Foreign Affairs. The Bloc Québécois has been calling for it to be made public so that we can shed full light on the ideological shift ordered by the Conservatives within Rights and Democracy. If the Minister has nothing to hide, will he allow his members to make public this report? The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs. Well, Mr. Speaker, given that this is an independent organization, such decisions are made by its board and by the chairman. During its most recent meeting, the Board of Rights and Democracy decided to make this information available. Mr. Speaker, my parliamentary assistant insisted to the authorities that this report be tabled, and it will be done so as soon as possible. The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Père-Boucher. Mr. Speaker, the government continues to refuse to officially make public this report from Rights and Democracy. That's probably why the Conservative chair of the Foreign Affairs Committee cancelled unilaterally and for no good reason the committee that was supposed to meet this afternoon, even though it had decided to meet even if the House adjourned. What is the government trying to hide? The Honourable Government Whip.
Mr. Speaker, I was approached this morning by members of the Foreign Affairs Committee and consulted on future meetings. And I asked what was the motion that governed those meetings, and I was told the following. This is the motion: that in the event of the adjournment of the House prior to the meeting scheduled at 3:30 p.m. on Thursday, December 16, 2010, officials from Right and Democracy be asked to appear from 10 a.m. to 12 p.m., subject to their availability. I was told they weren't available. I further advise the members that the House is adjourning at 3 today and all committees will cease operations.
The Honourable Member for Lac Saint-Louis. In October, the Minister of Natural Resources got out of a resignation by shifting the blame to Sébastien Togneri. But we know now that the obstruction of access to information and privacy requests was systematic in this office. Either the minister knew what was going on and he must resign immediately, either he had no idea of what was going on, is incompetent, is accountable, and must resign immediately. Did he or did he not know what was going on? The Honourable Government House Leader. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Access to Information Privacy Act is clear. Any political staffer or an assistant must follow the law. That is the government's policy. The minister has referred the file to an independent commissioner and a commissioner who is working for the House. This file will be studied and the report will be submitted, and we're waiting for that report.
Speaker, not one, not two, but 3 of the minister's top staffers took part in this illegal information suppression scheme. The minister pretended he had no idea what was going on. That's plausible if only 1 staffer was involved, but there were 3, if not more. Now, this has the smell. It has the smell of a cover-up. You know, how bad, Mr. Speaker, does it have to get for the Prime Minister to act? Just what is it going to take for the Prime Minister to fire that minister?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think the Minister has been very clear. At no time was this assistant acting on instructions. There are policy. There is a law. The Access to Information Act is an important one. It was this government, as a matter of first priority, that sought to expand the access to information laws of this country. We especially wanted to expand it to the Canadian Wheat Board, but the Liberal Party fought the efforts to bring a little light where there was darkness every step of the way. Thank goodness Parliament did the right thing and expanded the Access to Information Law.
The Honourable Member for Don Valley East.
And House Affairs Committee on the leak of the draft report, the Chair has repeatedly ruled out of order all attempts to question related to the business activities of Russell Elliott, the former staffer of the member for Saskatoon, Rosetown Biggar. There is concern that Mr. Elliott was using House of Commons office space and resources to subsidize his private business interest. Will the Chair of the Procedure and House Affairs Committee inform the House whether the upcoming agenda of the committee will allow for questions related to Mr. Elliott's business to be asked without interruption?
The Honourable Member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Well, thank you very much for the question. It's always special to get one. The Procedure and House Affairs Committee has always worked in a very collegial manner and been able to study what has been given to it by the House. We've been given by the Speaker the option, or no option at all, but to look at the procedure of a breach of privilege. And that's exactly what we've been doing. There certainly has been a lot of fishing missions by some of the other members of the committee. What we need to look for is why was there a breach of privilege? How did a secret document get out? And that's what the committee's been looking at, and we'll continue to do so.
Honourable Member. The Honourable Order for Don Valley East. Yes, more. You're the Honourable Member.
Mr. Speaker, something is not adding up. The Conservative chair of the committee is going to extraordinary lengths to shut down inquiries into whether or not Mr. Elliott was running a private business out of the office of the member for Saskatoon, Rosetown Biggar. That member is now under the supervision and watchful eye of the government House Leader, who escorted her to the committee meeting today. There is serious allegation of potential fraud being conducted out of the member's office. Will the government be calling in the RCMP to investigate?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, If the member opposite would like us to call in the RCMP whenever we have things that we're concerned about, we're always prepared to look at that. Let me assure the member of that. If the member opposite has any information that might assist the Liberal chair of the Board of Internal Economy, I would encourage her to do so. As for the member for Saskatoon, Rosetown, Bigger, this member has acted in a high ethical fashion. She acted decisively. She does a fantastic job for her riding, for Saskatchewan, and for Canada, and we're very proud to have her as a member of this team.
The Honourable
The Honourable Member for Montmagny, Lillet, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Bloc tried to tell us that maintaining the gun registry is a Quebec consensus, but nothing could be further from the truth. It may be a consensus on the Plateau Mont-Royal in the Bloc leader's riding, but treating honest farmers and hunters like criminals doesn't go over well once you cross the Champlain Bridge. Can the Minister of Natural Resources tell us what this government has done to defend Quebecers in the regions? The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources. Mr. Speaker, this last parliamentary session has shown that the Bloc has turned its back on the values and interests of Quebecers in the regions. The Bloc voted against jobs in the regions, against farmers and hunters in the regions, against victims of crime, against consumers. When it's time to defend the Plateau Mont-Royal, well, you can't bleat the Bloc leader, but that's why the only option is the Conservative government under the leadership of this Prime Minister. That's what we want, Mr. Speaker.
Order. The Honourable... Order. I can see the Christmas spirit is gripping honourable members on every side. The Honourable Member for St. John's East.
Mr. Speaker, according to the International Red Cross in Afghanistan, despite the American troop surge, the war is spreading and there's no end in sight. Civilian casualties are once again on the rise, and increasing numbers of Afghans are fleeing the violence. United States intelligence reports an inability to defeat the Taliban as long as it enjoys sanctuaries in Pakistan. This is not the time to commit our troops to 3 more years. When will this government, along with their Liberal allies, instead come up with a real plan to work towards peace and nation building in Afghanistan?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Well, Mr. Speaker, after Canada ends its combat role in July of 2011, we will, of course, as has been widely publicized, we have announced that we will continue to provide trainers in the future in the Kabul area. But, Mr. Speaker, clearly even the member opposite would have to acknowledge that security is the vital element for all of the development, all of the progress that we are seeing in Afghanistan in a very difficult situation. But we certainly send our best wishes, and our hearts and thoughts are with the members of the Canadian Forces, all the civilians who are working to achieve these goals in 2011, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Ottawa Centre.
Mr. Speaker, the Mayor of Kandahar is accusing Canada of handing out contracts to companies that are corrupt. And guess what? He's right. The security company that we've hired to protect the Della Dam is linked to drug trafficking. Last February, the contractors turned their guns on Canadian security personnel. The Conservatives talk tough against corruption, but in fact, this government is paying the protection racket. Afghans are desperate to get rid of corruption. So why are the Conservatives allowing aid money to land in the pockets of corrupt officials? Why don't they crack down on that crime, Mr. Speaker?
The Honourable Minister of International Cooperation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Let me be clear. There are no Canadian dollars going directly to any government official in Afghanistan. Canada is concerned with the corruption issue in Afghanistan. However, all Canadian dollars do not go directly to the government, and all contracting using Canadian funds follows the Government of Canada's contracting policies and Treasury Board guidelines. CETA is always actively challenging corruption and includes anti-corruption clauses in their agreements.
The Honourable Member for Laurentide-Labelle. Yesterday, the Minister of Foreign Affairs told us that there were more advantages than drawbacks to reaching an agreement with the U.S. government to establish a security perimeter. Well, the minister may be right. However, it's not up to him to decide on his own. We need debate and a vote on this matter in the House of Commons. Since the negotiations on the security perimeter are comparable to treaty negotiations, will the Prime Minister commit to holding a debate and a vote on this matter before signing anything? The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs. Mr. Speaker, I'm delighted to see that the Bloc Québécois is interested in economic issues. Because, Mr. Speaker, the Bloc Québécois is never concerned about such matters, whereas our government, ever since we've been in power, has always ensured that priority goes to the economy, to the creation of jobs, and Mr. Speaker, we will continue in that vein with the Americans while protecting our borders against terrorist attacks. The Honourable Member for St. Maurice Champlain. Mr. Speaker, the same thing applies to the free trade agreement with the European Union. The government is refusing to show any kind of transparency. The Bloc Québécois was the first political party on the federal scene to call for such an agreement. In fact, we heard recently from the negotiator for the government of Quebec in our caucus. The problem is that concerning the negotiations with Europe, we're getting more information from Quebec's negotiator, Pierre-Marc Johnson, than from the Minister of International Trade. Does the minister find this normal? The Honourable Minister of International Trade.
Proud of having initiated these free trade talks with the European Union. This is something that proffers to Canadians a potential benefit to our economy of $12 billion annually. What does that mean? That means that should we deliver on this agreement, we're going to have thousands of new jobs for Canadians, Canadians' families will be more prosperous, and the Canadian economy will continue to grow. It is that focus on the economy, jobs, and the prosperity of Canadians that is the focus of this government, and that's why we're delivering on a free trade agreement with the European Union.
Honourable Member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Mr. Speaker, for 3 days, MPs have been debating a point of privilege raised against the CETA minister who misled the House on the recommended Kairos funding. For 3 days, the minister has refused to respond. 3 days ago, her former parliamentary secretary had the integrity to admit that he had misled the House when he was speaking on behalf of the minister. Will the minister show the same level of integrity and admit that she misled the House?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Speaker, the Minister for International Cooperation shows integrity each and every day she enters this House of Commons. She brings a great deal of integrity to her work on international development. And, Mr. Speaker, the people around the world and people in this country are very lucky to have her on the job.
The Honourable Member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Apparently, Mr. Speaker, the minister cannot answer for herself. But here's a little problem, Mr. Speaker. I have sitting on my desk in front of me, in black and white, a response to an order paper question signed by the parliamentary secretary for the minister saying that it was CETA's decision to cut Kairos funding. This is unequivocally false. How can Canadians have any confidence that this government is telling them the truth in light of these serious ethical lapses? Will the Prime Minister demand this minister's resignation?
The Honourable Minister ordered. The Honourable Minister of International Cooperation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I remind the House that the Parliamentary Secretary has apologized. I also want to remind the House that particularly at this season, our thoughts are with those living in developing countries. That's why we want to ensure that those living in poverty are actually seeing the benefits of Canadians' international cooperation and development. That's why we want to ensure that next year more children will be helped in their health and more mothers will stay alive, more children will be educated, and more people will be fed.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby Douglas.
Speaker, today we learned that 2 more Conservative political staff blocked the release of access to information documents. This again reminds us of the Conservatives' failure to fulfill their promise to be accountable and transparent in government. Do Conservative political staff routinely argue with public servants who are mandated to uphold access to information laws? How many more are involved in this kind of partisan interference? And has anyone, other than Sebastian Tonieri, been held responsible?
Honourable Government House Leader.
The individual in question submitted their resignation. The minister immediately accepted. Let me say this, Mr. Speaker. The law is very clear that every ministerial assistant, every public servant is expected to comply with the law. It was this government, as a matter of priority, sought to expand the access to information law. And we did. And when we wanted to bring a little light to the Canadian Wheat Board, every single New Democrat stood up and wanted to keep the cloak of darkness at the Wheat Board. What have they got to hide over at the Wheat Board in the NDP, Mr. Speaker?
The honourable member for Sudbury.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Competition Bureau gave us one more example of this government choosing Bay Street bankers over Canadian families. The Bureau says Visa and MasterCard are using their market power to squeeze higher fees out of businesses. This government's voluntary approach to credit card rates isn't working for anyone but the credit card companies. Guess who pays the price in the end, Mr. Speaker? Working families. Mr. Speaker, when will this government end credit card gouging?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And first of all, let me start off by saying anything we've done to try and protect consumers, the NDP have voted against that, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to start out and make everyone aware of that. We heard concerns from small businesses and from consumers. We put in place a code of conduct that was welcomed by business and was welcomed by consumers, Mr. Speaker. The opposition, as I say, voted against that. Obviously, they're against consumers. They're against business. We understand that. We don't know why. Yeah. We continue to monitor compliance, and any possible violation will be investigated, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Edmonton Leduc.
Mr. Speaker, our Conservative government has a strong record of improving retirement income for Canadians. First, we have lowered the tax bill for seniors and pensioners by over $2 billion a year, including pension income splitting and the tax-free savings account. Second, we consulted and introduced landmark reform to federally regulated pension plans. Third, as over 90% of pensions are provincially regulated, we worked with our provincial and territorial counterparts on larger retirement income issues. Can the Parliamentary Secretary update this House with the latest news on this front?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Glad to, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for that question. I'd also like to thank him for his great work in chairing the Finance Committee as well. Mr. Speaker, we're proposing a landmark new pooled registered pension plan. This plan will support millions who do not now have access to private sector pension plans. This will support small businesses, those who work for small businesses, as well as the self-employed, Mr. Speaker. Unlike the Liberals, the bureaucratic proposal that they would put forward has already been rejected by the provinces, and we're in partnership with the provinces in any pension plan, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Winnipeg South Centre.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservative government has failed to protect jobs in Thompson and bring Valley to the negotiating table. Valley Inco's decision to shut down its nickel smelting and refining operations in Thompson will eliminate 500 jobs and stifle economic development in northern Manitoba. The City of Thompson and the province have made it clear they want to work with Valley to find a solution. Will the 9 Manitoba Conservative members finally show some leadership, speak up and stand up for Manitoba?
The Honourable Minister of Industry.
Speaker, the Honourable Member is a little bit late to this situation, Mr.
As
Speaker.
usual.
I have been in contact with the company. I've been in contact with the Manitoba government. The Minister of Public Safety himself attended a meeting with the officials of the Manitoba government to see what the federal government can do. We're on top of this issue. Why aren't the Liberals and why isn't she? That's what I like to know.
That's a wonder.
The Honourable Member for Chambly-Bolduc. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Human Resources is refusing to renew the pilot project aimed at making access to EI more flexible. She says she wants to give priority to worker training. Now, we agree with that, but in order to qualify for Emploi Québec programs, people first have to qualify for employment insurance. This means that very many unemployed won't have access either to benefits or training. Will the minister stop belittling the unemployed and renew the pilot project that makes access conditions to EI more flexible? The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources, Human Resources. Mr. Speaker, most of our pilot projects aim to help people return to work as quickly as possible because that is the best thing for them and for their families. This pilot project did not work at all, and it did not attain these objectives, and so we left it aside.
The Honourable Member for Nanaimo, Cowichan.
The Environment Commissioner said that the federal government is failing in its responsibility to monitor water bodies on reserves. Grassy Narrows First Nations was recently revisited by Dr. Harada 35 years after his initial visit. Residents still suffer from mercury poisoning. 43% of the people have mercury levels 3 times over the Health Canada limit. When will this government finally take First Nations health seriously and take concrete steps to monitor water quality on reserves?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As soon as we took office, of course, our government sought to improve access to clean running water on reserves. That's why our government has invested significant resources in water and wastewater infrastructure in Aboriginal communities. Thanks to these efforts, much progress has been made. In 2006, there were almost 200 identified high-risk water systems on reserves. Today, that number is below 50. But more needs to be done, and more will be done. In addition to our investments, our government has introduced another bill, S11, and I hope all members of the Senate will support that bill when it comes time.
The Honourable Member for Cumberland, Colchester, Musquedoboit Valley.
Mr. Speaker, today the Bloc and the NDP confirmed what we've known all along, that after the next election they're going to try to form a coalition government. A coalition government led by the Liberal leader. Both the Bloc House leader and the NDP leader made reference to that fact during their year-end press conference. Can the Minister of Justice please comment on the pieces of justice legislation and other legislation before this House that these coalition parties have obstructed this fall?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thanks for the great question, Mr. Speaker. There certainly was no shortage of slowdowns and obstruction, Mr. Speaker, from the coalition. But I hope, now that there's a break coming, that they'll take time, sit down with their constituents, and explain to them why they did not support our efforts to get tough on violent crime in this country, Mr. Speaker. That being said, I'm always hopeful, and I hope that one of their New Year's resolutions, Mr. Speaker, will be to start supporting this government's efforts to crack down on crime and to stand up for victims and law-abiding Canadians, just for a change.
The Honourable Member for Lévis-Bellechasse has a point of order that comes from the question period. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, during question period, I was witness to a verbal exchange that occurred aside from the registered questions, and I would like to give the opportunity to the member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie to do the right thing and apologize for the remarks he made regarding the member for Beauport-Limoilou. That is, you're just as ignorant as you look. Now, Mr. Speaker, people need to respect each other in this House, and I think that those are messages that are inappropriate and have no place in this House, especially at this time of year. So I would ask very simply and very politely to the member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie to stand in this House and to apologize. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Mr. Speaker, what I said is that the Bloc Québécois was the first party to call for a free trade agreement in 2000. They always yell when we try and speak, and then they raise points of order. So what I said is that not to know that is ignorance, and when we show ignorance, then we're ignorant, and so that's what ignorance is, and that's what I said, Mr. Speaker, and I think I have the right to say so.
I wish to indicate to all honourable members that if they wish to come and have an opportunity to wish one another happy holiday greetings, they can come to room 216 forthwith. Mais pour maintenant,
but for now, it is the end of the parliamentary session. I would like to wish all the members of Parliament my best wishes for a happy holiday.
Merry Christmas. It being 3:08 p.m. pursuant to order made Wednesday, December 15, 2010, the House stands adjourned until Monday, January 31st, 2011 at 11 a.m. pursuant to Standing Orders 28.2 and 24.1.